All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Journey, you still here? There we go. Yeah, no problem, Antics. I should say I'm sorry for waiting so long in order to get that video out to you. Life has been fucking insane and crazy, and I've been working a lot more recently. Thank you for the like. Hello, Wizard Owlin. And that's what it is, Wizard. It'd be cool to talk to you again. I know we haven't really spoken face to face in a while. If you're ever interested, I could invite you to the stream right now and we could chat. Same to you, Journey and Antics. Anybody who wants to join this stream is more than welcome. Just let me know and I'll shoot you an invite. Let me edit my description. I'm going to be honest, Antics. Any chatter is probably better than what I'm going to be doing for the next however long. Just sitting here, probably talking to a little bit, but being mostly silent like I usually am. Company is welcome. Oh, and thank you about the nails. Hi. What, bud? What do you want? What you want? Booger. You good boy. You good boy. Hey! Hey! Don't you do that. Don't you do that. No, it's fine. I got it. I pet him too long on the head. Oh, well, at that point, I was just waiting for it. He just started.
Thanks a lot.
He started growling, but he didn't really get me at all. Just with me.
What are you doing? It's nighttime. You're grumpy. You're grumpy. It's nighttime. I'm going to sit over here.
I'm closing the gate.
Yep.
Back to stream. Yeah, no, I'm fine. Journey, this is. Ow. He gets ornery at night. Cranky. He still has like issues with being petted and touched. So it's like you gotta pet him for short periods before he actually tries to get you. He's getting better at it, but we still I shouldn't have been petting him for that long because I was waiting for something to happen. I get it, Journey.
Not gonna get up from the chair when you do. Huh? Why do you do that? I don't understand. And now you're gonna get down. Now, when I go comfy.
Yeah, Antics. I'll send you a link. Let me go to the stream. Invite. Okay. One second. All right. I sent you the link. Hop in whenever.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can.
Nice.
Just added you from the backstage.
I'm just backstage. Is that what you said?
No, you were backstage. That's why I might not have been able to hear you before if you were saying it.
Oh, no, I wasn't. I just saw it popped up, so I thought I'd check.
Gotcha. What up? Thanks for joining.
Up? Nice to talk to you.
You too.
I'm opening up mail. And I opened up some of my son's mail, but he won't mind. It's just a thank you letter from his alma mater thanking him for a donation. So that's nice.
was about to say, wait for another couple of years, they'll ask for more.
I know. That's why I just opened the last one, because I thought it was just junk mail with them asking for a donation. But he just did a trip there, and he donated while he was there.
Nice. What did he go to school for?
It's kind of a niche thing, so I really don't want to say, because I don't want to out his public information.
That's fine. I completely get it.
Yeah, it's a
Not gonna
specialty
question.
thing. Yeah. It has to do with maths.
Okay.
He's a smarty pants. He has his master's.
Nice. Good for him.
Yeah, he's a good boy. I'm a little biased. Just a little.
I'd be surprised if you weren't.
I know, right? Yeah, he's doing quite well. He was so lucky. He got a job in his chosen career, like right out of college.
Good on him.
I know. It's amazing. It's a tough market out there. And that was like not even like knowing someone who knew someone. It was just applying online.
Sorry if I'm not very talkative.
Oh no, I'm sorry if I'm not being very talkative. I'm like reading mail.
You're more talkative than me right now, so that's welcome.
What are you working on right now?
I'm taking notes from a Linux fundamentals course.
Oh wow. See, you're a smarty pants too.
I feel like I'm not. I feel like I have imposter syndrome almost 99% of the time.
Please, girl, I know. Me too. It's like, what the hell am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out my knitting. I need to finish this hat for Cricket Cinema. I started it a long time ago. Well, first I stalled on starting it or dragged my feet, I guess you'd say, on starting it, because I wasn't thrilled about the yarn content, and I knew I had to rework it, and so I kind of dragged my feet for a while, and then I finally got it all planned out. I got really far into it, and then I took a break and started editing videos, and so it hasn't been picked up in weeks. But I need to finish it. He paid for the damn thing. I need to finish it and send it to him. It was part of the Cubs Champion fundraiser.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he won it for $89, and here he's been so patient. I still haven't finished it, so I need to finish it. I'm gonna work on that while I talk to you.
Yeah, I've been thinking about trying to do another hangout with Manning, Cubs, and Cricket.
Yeah, that was fun. You guys did that. The bowling.
That was awesome. I loved it.
Yeah, it was cool.
I wish I didn't have shit to do that. I was gonna DoorDash for work later.
Right.
And so I missed like them going through Boston.
Yeah, I know.
But
they're both such nice guys.
They really are.
They've been so kind to me and so respectful and nice, and I really respond to that, so I appreciate it. They're both lovely people. Even the few times where I'm like, I don't know if that's a good look, you shouldn't do that. They take the time to listen to what I have to say, and they're respectful about it. And, a lot of people don't take to that sort of thing very well, but he's got a legal case coming up. We have to make sure things, public image wise, go in his favor.
Do you know when his next court date is?
I think it's the 11th, but he's not going to that one. It's just a discovery. His lawyer's going to go, and the judge said he didn't have to go.
Okay.
But I believe it's the 11th.
I'm curious
he did make
what's happening with discovery.
Yeah. Well,
what evidence does the church have to actually give?
Well, the church isn't technically involved with it, right?
Wait, who's involved with it? Just the people who are supposedly wiretapped?
I don't know. I think it's the state or the whatever municipality.
I thought the church was involved.
Well, they're ultimately behind it, right?
Yeah. So you figure they'd have some kind of representation. And well, no, then they're just testifying.
They're
about
not
what
suing
happened.
him. They just filed a complaint, and the DA's office decided to pursue it.
Gotcha.
Upon being pressured by them, I'm sure.
Yeah. Probably calling him like a bigot and all their
And hired
usual
some
fair
fancy
gaming
lawyer
shit.
to say why it was, a violation of their rights or something,
Mm-hmm.
But I know he's made the second payment, so he was really relieved that we did that fundraising to get him up to that much at least.
Oh, good. He made it to that?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
Yeah. And yours wasn't the last video I got. I know you were like, oh, it was so late. Yours wasn't the last. I got it like 2 or 3 more after you.
Thank God.
Yeah. I got Cubs last. But I wasn't going to pressure him or go back and ask him again because I'm like, oh, he's got so much going on. If he does it, he does it, And that's how I felt about you, too. I'm like, I'll send her the group email, but I'm not going to personally reach out and say, hey, where's my video? It's like, she's got a life. She's got shit going on. She has said as much, so
Yep.
give her space. But I was really thrilled you did. And I had told Manning I hadn't gotten yours or Cubs yet, so he didn't know your guys' were in there. Until he watched it. I just let him continue to think that. So he'd be surprised. Oh, actually, no, I did tell him I got yours because I happened to be emailing him at the time that I had just uploaded it. I said, it's uploaded, it's all done. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I just got Holly's. And then the same thing happened for Cubs. I just finished it, uploaded it, and I got his email. But adding one like that in isn't too bad. It does mean I have to go back in and adjust the music. And I noticed when I adjusted something, I like messed something up at the very last edit. But oh well. You always go back and look at things and see, oh, I should have changed that.
Yeah, but the problem, the problem is once you upload the video, you're always gonna find flaws with it that you think need to be fixed.
Yep. Well, I found
because when you're editing it, you know what you want, you did it, so why are you doubting it?
Well, and sometimes it plays differently in my editor than it does once it's uploaded. So I'll play it in my editor and everything will be perfect. Upload it and something will be slightly off sequence, like where I cut the clip to make it faster. The clip itself went faster, but the audio stayed the same. So then the audio is all off for the entire rest of it. And so sometimes it's a matter of that. And I had that happen to me a lot the first few drafts. And I was like, what the hell is happening? And I finally figured it out and had to go back in and take out all those edits. And then I ended up taking out all of those clips altogether and re-putting them in. So, I mean, did that damn video over at least 3 times. I mean, from top to bottom 3 times.
Damn.
Yeah. But I wanted it to be right. I didn't want, especially asking so many people to contribute and put their name on it,
Yeah, I'd be doing the same thing if I was actually working on my iceberg video.
Look forward to that.
Oh my God, it's gonna be a while. It's like that's not the top of my priority list right now, but I wouldn't mind getting back into it.
You and your school should be top priority right now.
Well, I only have one class, but
really?
The issue is work.
Yeah.
At that fucking shop.
Yeah, I was shocked you gave $50 at the bowling fundraiser, because I know out of everyone you probably could least afford it.
I mean, I got some put away, so I had some disposable income.
Well, that was really, really sweet of you. Especially you missed a day's wages already just being there.
It was worth it, and I would do it again in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I'm so glad. I thought to ask you if you were going because I hadn't heard you were going. And I thought, well, that's weird. So I saw you live and thought, well, I'm going to ask her.
I'm glad you did, because otherwise I just wouldn't have.
Yeah. Oh my
So
gosh.
thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I was really, really happy that you were able to go and see everyone. I know they were really thrilled to have you go too. And support Cubs and see Manning, and Cricket was there. How
Yep.
adorable.
You want to know how he came up to us?
How?
So me and Manning are standing kind of in the lobby area. Cricket comes up to us and goes, "Is this the Dianetic sewing circle?" And we're like, "Yes, it is."
No, that's funny. Cricket's a charmer. He's been so sweet and so generous.
He's super nice.
They were talking earlier about Mr. Clean, and someone was saying, "Do you think there's a Mrs. Clean?" And I said, "Oh, heck no. Mr. Clean's not heterosexual. What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Back me up on this, Cricket." And Cricket's like, "Oh, no, he's definitely a power top." He's
Power top.
I said, "Yes, that's what I'm saying," but I didn't want to literally say that, But it's okay. He can get away with saying that.
Cricket's
I thought
blunt.
that was fun.
In that case, at least.
Yeah.
But no, I was gonna say the $50 actually came from me being like, "Yo, how much I owe you for the food and the beer?" And he's like, "No." I said, "You're getting it or you're getting it." It was either gonna be Venmo or GoFundMe.
That makes more sense, and it was really nice of you to do that. I was really surprised. I was like, "What? How did this happen?"
Now we gotta just go protesting together.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be sick. Go to the Boston org.
Yeah. Ugh. Once he's totally free of all legal matters.
Yeah.
I'm
Obviously,
so there
just
for that. You got to give me a heads up when you guys go.
Or
I want a mod.
The New Haven org is good too. I will say that one's not bad.
It's creepy.
It's just a little tiny building.
I know, and it's just so dead.
And
then that guy
like it was like an old
throwing a drink on you.
Yep. Oh, that was the most fun in the world I ever had. It was weird at the time, but afterwards I was like, you know what? I'm proud this happened.
Yeah, it's just further evidence of them, not, anything for us.
And I got the sign right here.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, that was good.
One of my favorite things ever right now.
I was going to say something and I don't remember.
Was it about protesting?
I don't know if it was about cricket. I don't know. Or bowling. I don't think it was about bowling.
Hello, MD Media.
Hey, Matt. I'm just hanging out with Holly.
You are free to join as well if you wish. We are accepting however many people StreamYard takes before saying no.
I can't see the chat. Matt, did you see my video? I'm not going to rest until I know you have. It's the one titled the Xenu interview. People are getting confused about which one it is because it has an April Fool's title. And so they're like, "Where's the style audit video?" I'm like, "That's it. The Xenu interview is the style audit video."
Definitely worked in your main intention of keeping it hidden.
Yeah. And I thought about adding style video to the end of it, but it makes the title so long you won't see it when it pops up anyway.
Yeah.
I've had this half knitted hat of crickets lying on my bed for so long now that the yarn's all twisted, so I'm just sitting here trying to untangle the yarn.
I was gonna say, how much of the hat do you currently have done?
Almost the entire body, like the base is completely done. I just have to do the very top.
Nice.
Yeah, and that will go really quickly because every 2 rows you decrease, so it'll get shorter and shorter and shorter, and suddenly it'll be done.
Mm-hmm. The Journey says, I was dealing with work. Work did an illegal thing and it's drama. I'm still in a funk about it.
Yeah, did you hear what happened to her? I'm gonna
No.
get it wrong, but I'm gonna give you a quick summary of what I know of it. She lifted something at work that she was handed to on a cart and told to put away. Lifted it, and she hurt her wrist or hand or something. She had some
Mhm.
sort of injury. Anyway, they pulled her into HR and said, "You got injured. You're fired." Well, you can't fire someone for
That's
a health and
fucked.
safety. Yeah, a health and safety interview, and she's like, "You will hear from my lawyer." And amazingly, the next day or that night, it was like right away, the company called her back and said, "Oh, you're rehired."
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Sounds
that
like
was
something my fiance's old job would do.
such a freaking fu emotional roller coaster to put her on. I mean, there's still damages there just from the stress and everything.
Yep. That's fucked. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that journey.
Yeah, I probably have the details wrong, but that's the gist of it. I'm tempted to open up my other my other window just so I could see chat. It feels weird not seeing chat.
I was gonna say, I always
Maybe I
thought
just don't have it set
StreamYard
right.
should have chat enabled to see it. I mean, at least on my right-hand side, I see private chat, style, media assets, banners, and comments.
Well, I
Are you on
pushed
your
on
phone?
chat and it just took me to studio chat, and I'm afraid to close out of it because when I closed out of that before, it just took me out of StreamYard. So I might
Oh
be
shit.
stuck.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say if you want to try and then just rejoin.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm going to have to because I can't even see you now.
What the
All
hell is
right.
going on with your stuff?
Okay. Now that worked. I hit the right thing this time. I think
Okay.
what happened last time was maybe I hit the back bar, the page back. And
Yep.
maybe that's why.
I just don't want to bring my weird energy. I'll come on if you send me a link. Well, then I'm sending you a link.
Yeah, we want to hear your side of the story. We want to hear this story. I'm assuming that was Journey.
Yes.
I gotta say how lovely it was to get to work with Tori. She was so sweet. She was a doll. It took her like a day to figure out the tech of how she was even going to send me that email. She had, the video, and she
Yeah.
had her son make the video. I mean, she worked on it all day. She was happy to be included.
It's not often well, at least for me, at least. I feel like it's not often that I talk to the well-known ones right now.
Oh, I never have. She's the only one I've talked to. I don't give anyone my phone number. Pretty much
I don't
not.
either. We talk through Discord mainly.
Mm-hmm. I use a hushed number.
Yep.
And use that. I don't give out my information as much as I can. I have given out my phone number, but it was when I was brand new. It was a long time ago, but I don't do that anymore. But I did give it to Tori, and she's probably under surveillance, but they probably don't have her phone tapped. Anyway, yeah, I did give it to Tori though to do this, and she
Tori's
was
being
lovely.
fair gamed right now?
No, I'm just saying, if anyone was, it wouldn't surprise me if it was her. But no, I talked to her on the phone for like 45 minutes. She was so sweet.
What the hell is this link? Because technically I'm using my phone for the email, so I can't just copy paste. Just because I'm too lazy to log into my email on this browser.
I don't know what the frick happened with this yarn here. It's all twisted. I got the first half completely done, but there's this last section that's just like, nope. F you, lady. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Are you kidding me? Are you apologizing for saying F you?
Yeah, I guess so.
Like,
I
have you
guess that's
seen
what
my
that was.
channel?
It's funny.
Judy Lee said to me one time, she's like, "You have the most creative insults I've ever heard of." And I was like,
I'm-
I don't know how to feel about that.
I'm glad you mentioned her name because I was actually thinking of her when I popped in. I was thinking, I haven't seen that one lady in a while, but I couldn't think of her
Yeah.
name.
She showed up, I think, in my last stream.
I haven't seen her in a while. I hope she's doing okay.
Yeah, she's doing better. She's still in that rehab facility, I think, but
Right. She's doing physical
she,
therapy and trying to
yep,
relearn to walk.
yep. She said one day she had a message that said, "I took 25 steps today."
Oh, nice.
And
Last
the
I heard,
most
she was up
recent
to
one I
5
got from the
steps.
last stream was 40.
Oh, nice. So she's
So,
definitely making good progress.
absolutely she is. She's like, "I always blast my music. People love it. So, a lot of us jam out."
That's awesome. Yeah, she seems like a really nice lady.
I'm glad she's able to start regaining that function.
Oh, heck yeah. You don't want to lose that. If you can help it, if you
Yeah.
can, if it's something you can work on and get back, then it's definitely worth the fight. I was amazed. Just like 2 days after MD Media's back surgery, he was out doing yard work for his friend and neighbor, or neighbor, one of the two. I don't know which.
Back surgery?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't
Jesus.
major. It wasn't
But
major back surgery.
still,
But still, it was back
it's
surgery.
back surgery.
Yeah. He
Damn,
caught.
dude.
I watched his stream this morning. He caught a pretty intriguing glimpse of the RPF floor. They had the windows open
They
because
did?
they have construction going on there, and they
Of
were
course they
putting in
do.
new carpeting and new windows. Which my first thought when I hear carpeting and new windows together is soundproofing. Hey, Journey.
Hey, Journey.
Hi,
Welcome.
how are you guys?
Doing all right. How about you?
Good. I was listening. Who's relearning how to walk?
Judy Lee.
Oh, yeah. That's very painful. Yeah. Had that a similar, not complete loss, but yeah. I was like, I
Just
don't care
having
if
to
I
go
need a
through it
crawl.
all again.
Yeah, I don't care if I need a crawl. I'm getting there.
Good for you. You're a fighter.
Yeah, and it's devastating. But yeah, I was shocked by Matt because he has
I know, it kind of pissed me off. I was I was like, what is
he
he
has
doing?
the same as me. He has a hardware, but then he is trying to get the TENS unit inside him, and it was not a successful surgery, so he had to get resurgery. But then something with hi Style on
Hey,
it.
Style.
Hey, Style.
I'm glad you got it. It was like, oh no, the reference is only to me.
That was my fault. I should have made sure to include a receipts
No, you
clip.
did.
Well, no, especially after I got your clip, I should have thought to do that. It wasn't until the upload and rewatching it, I'm like, oh, I should have done that.
I was just hoping everybody wasn't thinking I'm doing a plug for me.
No, I think it was clear. I think it was clear, even if you didn't know.
You got it. Yeah.
No, just because of the way you said these are mine, you could tell that was your inference.
Okay, I'm hoping because I was like, oh. Yep. Oh. No, I just didn't want to bring weird energy. I was like, I'm trying to relax. My neck is still very stiff with tension. I was just like, oh my gosh.
That's a huge thing to happen. I mean, that's not a nothing. They might try to play it off as a nothing, like, oh well, everything's back to normal. I was taken care of, and it's like, no, you put me through an emotional journey.
They're being extra, like, kit gloves and everything, like,
Because
really
they know you've got a legal case to sue
full
them
on
on.
conversations of when I work, when they work, and we'll work together and we'll see you. And if you need anything, you let me know. And I'm like, I'd rather not be here, but I have to.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to sue. Like, my daughter's like, we're gonna get more money. And I was like, I don't like to sue, just correct the behavior. Like, I know my rights. Don't put me in a situation where, you think you're above me. And I'm like, no, I'm a human. You can't just, yeah, it's just crazy. I was like, then yesterday was April Fool's Day, and I was like, that's the most epic April Fool's. You're fired. You're rehired. It was the same lady too, same HR. And she said in the same tone, we decided to terminate you, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, we have decided to rehire you and reinstate, like, send you an offer of reinstating you. And I'm like, what?
Did they give you a raise? Did they give you a raise at least?
No, I'm supposed to sign papers because I already signed papers that I'm fired.
Wow.
I haven't. Yeah, yesterday there was no HR. I showed up, and no one knew I was rehired. The guy that I worked up in front with, he's like, "Hey, what'd you need?" And I was like, "Well, have you heard?" And he's like, "I've heard something." And I was like, "Yeah, okay. I was fired on Thursday and rehired, and I was rehired Friday." And he's like, "Oh, I didn't hear about the rehire."
That's crazy.
That's fucked.
Then I found out, like, 30 minutes later, that one HR person was supposed to put me back on the schedule, but they each blame each other. One was like, "Oh, this person will put you on," and this person said, "No, that person's supposed to put you on." Guess what? Was not on the schedule. Wasn't even on the schedule today.
Bringing my dog out.
I just feel like,
they're effing you around.
Yes. And I'm like, this is not, I'm not in here for a career. I'm in here for a paycheck. I've already had a medical background. I already worked with special ed kids. I'm just in my 40s with a lot of titanium in me, and I'm just handling life as it comes. I'm not trying to, do anything special here.
Yeah. Good news, I got my yarn untwisted.
Ooh, good.
Yeah, now I just have to figure out where I was in the pattern. Because it's graphic work, so I have to see the chart.
Yeah. That's so cool that you can knit.
Well, I'm pretty new at it, really. But I'm learning, and there's so many YouTube videos. You could learn anything,
Yeah.
I'm really happy with how the cricket turned out because I put knit a cricket into the pattern.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I had to redo it like 3 times, but I needed it to look like a cricket. The first one looked too much like a ant. It was just the wrong proportions, but it came out much better this time.
Can't wait to see it when it's done.
Yeah.
I hope he likes it.
That's awesome.
I'm not even sure where my notes are. It's been that long since I picked it up. I've been really neglectful on this poor hat. I should have been working on it instead of spending so many hours on that video, but it was fun doing the video. All right, it wasn't hidden very far. I had just cleaned my desk, so it was where it was supposed to be. They keep canceling the public works meeting in LA. I've started doing those. And
They're
we've
canceling
had,
them.
yeah, Mondays was canceled and Wednesdays was canceled.
Hmm.
And I had stuff I wanted to say.
I think they knew that.
I got a whole letter written. I have a whole spiel written for the police department one, but the last time I attended that, they didn't take me. Was there with my hand up, but they only take so many people, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to make sure to hit that one again soon because I have shit to say.
Yeah, if I wasn't married or had have a teenager, I would totally be living in Clearwater right now.
Really?
Oh yeah,
Oh, fun.
taking on that like LA is something else. It's
Mhm.
a huge, like, it's huge, and
I'd rather deal with a ghost town than a
Yeah,
extremely populated area.
right. It's the
Right.
crowds.
Because you have Hollywood, you have all these like different towns within LA, right? And
Mhm.
so and there's just too much going on. Clearwater is clearly something I'll take you on. I live there, and then I could be a resident, and then I could totally
You get to go with Mark Bunker downtown.
Yeah, I would totally take it on. Because I'm like, I've written to Mark Bunker because I'm in like trying to do the secret project,
Mm-hmm.
and it's and he's like, "Are you a resident of Clearwater?" Blah blah blah, and I'm like, "No, I live in Northern California. I really have nothing to do with Clearwater, but I have something to say."
Right. I know. I wish I could do the Clearwater one too. I really have a lot I want to say to them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked. It's only a town of under 119,000. Why so many empty buildings?
It's a ghost town.
That's what I'm trying to say. But they're empty buildings that are owned by Scientology.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the problem. There should be some sort of zoning where if you have it empty for too long, it should
There's got to be some
go
kind of
back to the city or
consequence.
something. Because you can't just have it that way.
Like what they did with New Haven's Ideal Org location.
That's what
Yes.
I say. There has to be in the contract if it's technically zoned a certain way, or you have to go with it. Why is it just empty? I want answers. I would like to see the contract. I would like to see something. Because I'm like, okay, that is pointless to have a building like that. And
Mhm.
pointless to want to close down a street that leads to a beach and everything for tourists to take.
So they might go
an
to
empty
your
lot
fucking
that's been there
org.
for years. Yes. It makes no sense. And I would love to take on that person that said, there's no backhanded deal. I would love to see these promises. You should see the video. Have you seen your downtown? Like, in the last 20 years, have you seen your downtown?
Well, they've been ramping up the protests there, especially since Erica was arrested, and there's supposed to be a big protest there this weekend.
Yeah.
So
And
go to that.
Mine is I want to so take on the city council. That is unbelievably, like, their remarks. It's like, okay, are you stuck in a virtual world or have you actually walked downtown? Because do you want people? Do you want to renovate your downtown to have more people and have more tourists?
No, they fucking don't. And you know why? It's so they can send the public to the class 5s because Flag doesn't do public.
No, that's the problem. But you can't have. It's kind of like that one lady that said it's like the Vatican. Catholic churches have not taken over Italy. Like one town. We have 5, and only it's kind of like a bank. You only can bank here. If you bank here, you can only enter. You need a membership and you need this, or you're not allowed. It's like that. And then you have so many that you can't go into a building. That's a problem with downtown. Go in the, where nobody is. Like literally, not a downtown, but out in the sticks. Like what you normally do. Why are you taking over a downtown? And then everybody's going, oh, they handed us cash. And it's like, okay.
Who fucking cares if they did?
I know.
Treat them like every other fucking potential buyer.
Exactly. What is your plan? Because it's not like, say I'm rich and I go in and be like, I would like to buy this strip. All these buildings.
Especially when they've proven time and time again not to hold to their word.
Exactly. Because I can quote as, okay, in blah, blah, blah year, this building was purchased. It did it ever, I would come with the receipts. Literally, state it. And be like, you tell me what's going to be different this time.
Yeah.
Because it can't be their word.
They've proven they're untrustworthy.
Like, oh. You know what? That's why I'm like, Scientology does not want to piss me off. Because I get hyper-focused and I will make sure the truth is told. Because I don't like BS.
I'm glad you're willing to jump into the building rabbit hole. So I don't have to fucking worry about it.
And I'm not a real estate person, but if I see all these empty buildings, it's common sense. Mm-hmm. That's the problem. All these politics and everything, they're all about rubbing shoulders with a person that's like in the public eye or blah blah. No, show their character, show what they're really behind. I don't care if Donald Trump is with Scientology or has this person or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Now it is. Show the proof of what your motives are. Exactly.
They can lie about your intention.
Yeah, but repeated history.
Yep.
Shows more of who you are than it is with just what you say.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And I seriously think a lot more people are visual learners and like it's visually impactful.
Yes.
To state this and this and this, not just go over 30 years. No, all these promises are broken. You can't do it like that with especially politicians. Mm-hmm. You have to like bring every single article and you tell me and and literally ask for answers of why it's still this way. Why do you want change yet you keep doing dealings with this entity?
Keep not learning from history.
Well, that's why I want to bring it to them.
I think it's more corrupt than just not learning. I think there's collusion, or however it's saying.
Well, it doesn't help when 5 out of 7 of the city council is Scientologist.
Holy crap!
Well, and that's what I'm saying. But at least it's on record, and it's public knowledge in the media of all these receipts. That's why I love that Tampa Bay did that in 2018 of every single property that's owned either by a Scientologist or the Church of Scientology.
Tampa did that?
Tampa Bay Times, yeah.
Oh, I gotta find this article.
Do the because there's a video out there and it's a time lapse. Because they bought over 200 buildings since in 2017 to 2019. It's insane how many.
Yeah. Disgusting. It's funny. I picked up my chart and I'm looking at my knitting and I'm like, this doesn't match up at all. What the hell? Where am I? I'm so lost. What did I do wrong? And then I realized, oh yeah, I redid the whole chart. It was the wrong page.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I was looking at the wrong chart, but I figured it out before I started knitting because it just wasn't matching up. I'm like, what the hell? Why is this so different?
Okay.
It's like, oh yeah, because I reworked it. Idiot. That's how long I set this aside. I forgot that I redid the whole chart.
Well, at least you caught it.
Yeah.
But Holly, it is amazing. It is amazing.
I am currently going through its interactive scrolling page of an article called "Clear Takeover: How Scientology Doubled Its Downtown Clearwater Footprint in 3 Years."
Yep, that's that
And
one.
I want to share this with y'all.
Okay. Yeah,
So.
it's from 2017 to. It's insane of all the property.
By the way, hello, Laura.
Hi, Laura.
Hi, Laura. I can't see chat, but I'm assuming you mean Laura FM.
Yes.
Yes, she says she's listening.
Listening and learning with you.
Oh, listening and learning. I think I was like, what was the other one?
That's sweet.
All right. Can y'all see this?
I
I
can.
want to see the chat, though. What the frick? Maybe I need to push more?
Yes. Or.
Yeah, I can see it that way, but I can't see it on the same page. That's annoying.
No, I can't see it on the same page either.
Okay, so I'm not doing something wrong. But I want to see this Clearwater takeover, so I'm back over to you guys. I'm not watching chat.
All right.
Yeah,
You ready?
so
Sorry, what were you saying?
Erica did Erica, the one that was arrested, definite trouble source. She has the inscientology.org.
Yep. I ran into her when I was getting my Cult City tour with Mark Bunker.
Awesome. She had shared with me the her spreadsheet of all the properties. And because I've been doing the world, she's done that. That's insane. I have to do this map by address, not by like random entity. I have to do it by address because there are so many in this one tiny town.
Yep. All right. So we start. Scientology came to downtown Clearwater in 1975. It bought a hotel and wrote plans to take control of the city.
Hi, Judy.
Hey,
Sorry.
Judy.
Is that Judy Lee?
Yes.
We were just talking about you, Judy Lee. Congratulations on your progress.
I told Antics about how you took 25 steps, and then you messaged me later with 40.
Yeah, because I was asking about you because I hadn't seen you in so long. I was worried.
The church's campus grew slowly over decades. Its members bought property on surrounding blocks. Okay.
But just what?
God.
Uh-huh.
Then in 2017, companies controlled by parishioners began buying retail properties at an unprecedented rate.
Mm-hmm.
They doubled the church's footprint in less than 3 years. Fuck. The impact is clearest in the heart of downtown.
It's essentially a prison camp. Or it will be
Yep.
once it's closed off like that completely.
Well, it's like money laundering. Any of those businesses that you put money into for an item or whatever they're selling, a percentage is going to the church or to the, entity.
Mm-hmm. I only ran into one Scientology shopkeeper. We went into this little convenience store. Mark tells me, oh yeah, I'm technically banned from here.
Yeah, he's not allowed to be around a Scientologist.
But we went in, and the only way I knew it was a Scientologist is because right on this little display table right near the counter, fucking CalMag.
Oh,
Well, you know
that's
what's insane?
disgusting.
There's so so I've infiltrated, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's this Scientologist saying, "Hey guys, I have joint pain. What should I do about it?" You want to know what the first thing someone said? Niacin. Take niacin. What if niacin caused the joint pain?
Seriously.
Like, oh my gosh. Guys, niacin is not the solution. It's like,
Well,
Only
if
if
they
you
were
want to
gonna
pass out.
why would they pick a vitamin that you build up an accumulation of that's toxic? Why didn't they pick something benign like vitamin C, you know?
Because Hubbard acted like he knew shit. And because it was also like what, 19 what?
it's what they used if you were exposed to radioactive material.
Wait,
That
what?
tracks.
Yeah, radiation. If you were exposed to radiation,
Oh, okay.
niacin.
All right, fuck this. I'm
And then
opening
it
Clear
took
Body,
off
Clear
from
Mind.
there. Hey, it's just niacin that you need to get rid of all drugs or sunlight. I don't know, because why is a person holding with a new body having to do none of it makes sense.
No. It's very
But you
twisted.
picked up this body, but hey, there's drugs still there. Gosh. I still can't believe a 9-year-old did the Purif in 2019 at Sacramento, Org. That's like 3 or 4 blocks from the state capitol.
It's terrible.
I'm like, what? She's 14, 15 this year, and you're saying she did that and everybody was so proud because she did it so young? Like, oh my gosh.
It's dangerous.
I would never, ever just go, you know what? Especially those that have taken the oath to do no harm, go, you know what would be good for you? To do this purification rundown.
Ugh. Ugh.
How is that possible that you get a doctor's note and an okay from a parent and you can put any age of a child into this ritual?
Oh, weird.
Sadistic ritual, I think. Especially the elderly.
I'm pulling up my answers to
pneumonia.
drugs booklet.
Right. You had pneumonia. Oh, you had to take antibiotics. You got to do the Purif again. It's sadistic.
Yeah.
Y'all want to look a little at the thing about the answer of drugs?
Sure.
Oh, wait, we got to finish Clearwater first.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're okay. We ramble too. All right. Take away the church footprint, a few condo towers, and all buildings owned by the government. Look how little is left.
Wow.
Yep.
Fuck.
They have surrounded Plumas County government buildings. They've taken blocks.
Then walk down Cleveland Street, downtown's main artery. Oh, God.
That's my map.
Jesus.
It's the whole freaking thing.
I want to know what this fucking building is right here. This weird glass one.
I think that's the 500 build. I forget which one that is.
Wait a minute. Where's... Oh, no. Cleveland Street. Okay.
Because I think that glass one is the last address I have for the cadet school. It's the cadet school, the Freedom Magazine, couple of dental offices in there.
Wow.
I believe it's that one. And
Leading
the
up
dental school,
yeah.
I mean, it's 2018, 2019. I have the demographics for it. It's unbelievable.
Can't wait to see those.
It's where it's like, oh, nope, no more children in Scientology. I'm like, dude, it's listed under Florida private schools.
You'd think one member having to escape by fleeing in the middle of the night and being dragged back and finally making it escape again 3 years later after 3 years of torture. You think that happening once would be enough to have them pursued? It's disgusting that it hasn't been gone after.
Agreed.
Yeah, because everyone thinks they can just walk out the door. What are you talking about? And it's like, have you me?
They voluntarily came with us.
And they're voluntarily staying. That's what they want. I'm like, if that's what they want, that's fine.
Horrific.
But they can't. The ones that do want to leave can't, or can't leave without their family.
That's what worries me so much about them blocking off these roads like L. Ron Hubbard Way and the one in Clearwater. It's like it's just making it harder for people to escape, making it easier for them to imprison people. And they're known human traffickers. And then you're holding these people prisoners. I'm going to start crying, guys. It pisses me off and it's upsetting.
Well, that's why
I can't understand why it's still happening.
What? I want to move here, and I really want to move to Clearwater and literally take action with this and make it known, like how Erica does.
Journey is Mark Bunker 2.0. The never end.
I was only 13 when Lisa died. Yeah, I was only 13 when Lisa died, and back in 1995, I mean, in the late 80s and early 90s, women were finally not having children and marrying first. They finally were starting a career first, which was unheard of. In the 80s, women still had to wear dresses or skirts in secretary positions, teacher positions. They couldn't wear pants. And it blows my mind because in the early 90s, it's like growing up, you're like, okay, what can I do? And yeah, there was still home ec and there was other stuff, but people started actually saying, you can do more. Not just, it's not just a man's world. And here, Lisa McPherson, at 18, joined Scientology, totally put her faith in it, actually was a businesswoman, made money for them, and look what happened.
Well, the crazy thing about her story, lock a sane person in solitary confinement for 40 days and you'll see some crazy reactions. But to hear someone with a mental break, they're like, oh, we'll just lock her away in a secure facility with, no food and water or very little food and water. I mean,
yeah, because
no communication.
Yeah. Well, she was drugged with Benadryl to calm her outrage, like punching and hitting them. Let her go. Then she won't hit you.
Well, it's so sad that she actually, in a traffic accident, probably created a traffic accident just as a cry for help, strips down naked and says, I need help. This guy's like, why are you taking your clothes off? She's like, because I need to get help. I need help.
To a paramedic.
She still ended up going back
to a Scientologist. That's the problem. She went to a regular hospital. Scientologists had interjected themselves, had placed themselves and say, we have the answer. We're taking you. We can make you better.
She signed the contract for it.
Yeah.
What?
That's a clause in one of the the public contract.
But that's what I'm trying to say. They interjected themselves. She was safe where she was at. She was getting treated.
but they were worried that she was going to go to Big Psych.
Yep. So they just swooped her up, and then it became an an encampment.
17-day ordeal.
Yeah, I
And
misspoke earlier. 17 days and 40 pounds. That's where I got the 40 was.
Well, here's the thing. They say Scientologists, under oath, say she walked out of that hotel by herself to get into that car and died on the way. It happened so fast. Do you see her body? It looks like she was a Jew in the Nazi camp.
Why not just give her some
Did you
freaking
see
water?
her?
She literally died of dehydration.
Yeah.
She was
with the
refusing to
ambulance.
take
Yep.
water at some points. I will say that. Food and drink. She just refused.
But that's when I would literally be like, we need a higher level of care.
So
the
she went on hunger strike to try to escape, and she
Doctor-
died
yeah.
doing it because they
Dr.
waited till the
Minkoff-
very last possible second to get her any help. It's disgusting.
Yep. He prescribed medicine to her, the Benadryl and everything, to calm her down without seeing her. That's how he lost his license. And now Whitney Mills. I'm so thankful that law has changed instead of whatever it was in the 80s or buying off whatever with no cameras, no nothing, that they're going forward with it. They're like, no, that you have everything and you have a right to be heard in court. Because they're trying to dismiss everything. No. They don't have enough evidence. Yeah, they do. Especially for Whitney Mills.
Yeah, it's really sad.
I can't believe they don't think the drop the body is not illegal.
Well, and what's the deal with them going after all of Mike Rinder's records? What's up with that? I don't really know much about that. Do you guys know about that?
I'm sure some stuff became like FOIA once he passed.
Yeah, but what is it they're looking for? What records are they getting? That's what I want to know. Like, what's...
Let me see, because it should say what they
Sorry,
had.
we're jumping all over the place.
Oh, no, you're good. I'm having fun. Slimy Scientology attorney asks Clearwater for its Rinder records. Hold on.
Well, I know he took a lot when he left Gold Base. So maybe it's their way of taking all the information back. Even though it's been shared.
Mm-hmm.
It's been copied and shared.
Yeah, but those wouldn't be public record.
No, but Scientology would like to keep it secret.
Yeah. Mike Rinder was an excellent speaker and he was an excellent advocate against Scientology, but I just wish he had acknowledged some of his own misdeeds. Like when he talks about the things the church did, he always says they. He never says we. He never owned any of his own shit. And if you're the head of OSA, you have shit to own.
Yeah. And I think that's the God complex that Scientology...
Well, and I think it was fear of litigation for him. But if he had come forward like that one lady and admitted his crimes, then they would have more credence for the other things that he's saying they did. And I think they would go lenient on him for being, for working for the prosecution, and they could go after them better. If he had done that, I think
he's a whistleblower.
would be farther along.
Yeah. Well, he's a whistleblower, and he had a great defense of being brainwashed.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it was really sad, his whole way he handled the interaction with Miriam. That was really sad.
I think the way that people were raised with looking at sexual SA and everything and the indoctrination of you pulled it in, I think it just messes with your brain and how to actually properly handle something like that. Because didn't Mike Rinder not do therapy?
I don't think he did. I never heard of him doing it, but I don't specifically remember him not doing it either. But I just noticed Style Audit said her video's loaded. That's fantastic, Style. I can't wait to see it.
I just don't think he ever was deprogrammed. I don't
No, I don't
think
think
he
you
had to
can
figure
be
it
in
out himself.
Scientology for your whole life since young childhood for, what was he, 40, 50 years? I don't think it's possible to fully deprogram from that because that's your whole
I
life
mean,
experience.
he was on the Apollo, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
But that's
That was
what I'm
all
trying
he
to say.
knew.
Like, when you're figuring out life, and then you also have a wife that was also in the Sea Org, and then you have, and then, you know, you just go with what's normal, and your thinking process is already messed up.
Yeah, you can't trust your own thoughts because all of your thoughts have been placed there.
Right. And so, of course, with public speaking and everything that he's good at, he can spin things, or he actually believes it that way.
Yeah.
And everyone's looking at him going, that's not how it works, though. But he truly believes, because it's how, you know, the indoctrination is so strong. That's why I feel for Miriam and everything, just because that's horrible. He should have had the help.
Yeah.
But I also
She
can't
should have
blame.
millions of dollars in a settlement at this point. She should already have that. That should already be a thing.
Yeah. It's just really hard for me to blame.
There's no amount of restitution that can make up for her damaged childhood. I'm not saying that, but I mean, that's the least they could do.
Right. I'd rather focus on the behavior than the human being that's not perfect and programmed, and you know what I mean? It's hard for me to decipher who's the victim, who's the, you know.
Well, that's the complicated thing. They can be both victim and perpetrator, especially once they're brainwashed into this is how we do things. So they do it too. So they become perpetrator too.
Yeah. And I think Mark Bunker, especially with, not Mark Bunker, sorry, Mike Rinder, when he was facing this other, I think he's a journalist, but I think I forgot his name. When he came out of the hole to handle this English
John Sweeney,
he was seeing the light. He's like, yeah, he's an asshole, or I'm an asshole. I don't know. It just started backtracking, going, why am I doing this?
Yeah.
Because he looked like hell. Like, you can't believe in something when you're been in prison and you have only been, you know, taken out of the hole to handle something, and then you're gonna go right back in it. Like, what?
Because you've been made to think you deserve it.
Yeah.
It's for the greater good.
And that's where I'm like, oh my gosh. He knows he ruined people's lives.
Yeah.
It's like kind of a wake-up call. Like, just the starting of it. Going, why am I here? Why am I wanting to talk to this person? Why is this person wanting to talk to me? It's not worth it. So that's why I'm like, gosh, just to be in his position. And then everyone looking, okay, you need to make it right. Where do you even start? Like,
yeah.
Because there's only so much pride you can give away and then still hold together and hold it like, you know, you have a position. It was all for nothing. You know what I mean? It's so hard, and this is why I'm shocked that high control groups, cults are still legal. I get the freedom of religion. I totally get it. But it crosses the line when there's checks and balances and you're forced to do things or by religion. Like, that means there's no options. That means you can't choose to leave.
But the problem is the government can't look into beliefs.
And that's where you need to look at the human trafficking, the human right.
I am off a stitch. Messed up somewhere.
Because the human rights, that's why we have, at least the United States has, the Declaration. And one should not trump the other. You know what I mean?
Don't say that word.
Well,
just kidding.
I didn't coin that word. that word was coined before I think I was born.
Yeah, it was just a joke.
But yeah, but I'm just saying one constitution should not outrule the other. There should be a balance and should be able to be challenged and kind of debated. And that's why I'm like, all these laws in different states and different legislations and everything, I really think we need to focus on these high control groups. There's my cat.
Well, I am off a stitch somewhere. I can't figure this bitch
Where
out.
are you?
It's pissing me off.
But yeah.
My pattern's not matching my chart. I've done something wrong.
Water. Are we done with this, Holly? I'm so sorry. I keep interrupting.
No, you're okay. I'm having a lot of fun.
You cannot watch your video.
Did you hear what happened to Trashy the other day? I've been trying to share it around so other people watch out for this pitfall, but did you hear what happened to Trashy the other day? Some guy in his chat said, hey, wait right there. I'm nearby. Yell out my name so I can find you. Well, his name happened to be an obscure racial slur. But it was so obscure that Trashy didn't know it because he doesn't think, his brain wasn't thinking racist thoughts. And I wasn't even sure for a second. I was like, wait a minute. And so he yelled it out once. And then the guy said, hey, say it again. That's me. I'm the black guy over there in the striped shirt. Well, the profile picture was a white guy. And I'd already started thinking, well, is that a racial a racial slur? So I said, hey, he's trying to get you beat up. And that's not him because his profile picture is white and he's saying he's that black guy. So luckily it stopped Trashy from saying it a second time. But walk around in that part of Chicago yelling out a racial slur, he could have easily been beaten up or attacked. It's lucky he wasn't hurt, I mean, it was really upsetting. And anyway, I want people to be on the lookout for things like that. If someone says, hey, yell out my name, just take a second to question, well, what is their name and why are they saying this? Because that could have been so much worse.
Yeah.
Really scary. And he's such a nice guy. Trashy is a really nice guy.
Yeah.
So it would be heartbreaking to see him get hurt over something as stupid as that. Anyway, that was the whole story.
No, I've when I was in his chat and he was covering the Nation of Islam, oh my goodness. It's still racism, but it's from the other side. It's like a woman in her car was like, what are you doing in this neighborhood? It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
What? And then I heard a couple of other things and I was like, well, how did this get to be a racial thing?
Yeah.
Is Nation of Islam like you can only be African American? Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they despise white people.
Yeah.
And
It's part of their doctrine that basically white people are the enemy. Yeah.
but I'm just like, we're trying to eradicate profiling. And
I'm
here
not
everybody wants a label.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying they all think that way, but I mean, it is part of their original doctrine.
Black nationalism.
Well, that's why I'm shocked with Scientology, because Scientology is all about white man and English being your primary language.
Right. Trashy was talking to a lady last night who was black, and I wrote in his chat, tell her L. Ron Hubbard was racist, because maybe if they say some of the things that he originally said, maybe that might help open some up. And he's like, oh, that's a good point. So he said he's going to look into that. But she basically said, oh, all churches brainwash, and just kept walking. So.
Not even defensive, just agrees.
Yep. Yeah, just resigned to it. Like, oh, that's what they do. Sad.
Yep. I know Miss Scavenge is rewriting the history of Ron Hubbard with
the fictional history already.
Well, yeah, but taking out in Dianetics and all those others, any racial and sexist sayings and changing it.
Yeah.
But the free zone movement, holy cow, do they have everything, all the history and and where it has changed, exactly where it is in a book, and the comparing what was changed from the original wording. I'm just like in awe, because they are diehards for being all for Hubbard. And I'm just like, holy smokes. But it's a crazy rabbit hole that I'm like, I'm afraid to put my child into this world. Like, you're go.
Yeah.
Because she's only 16, but it's like one of those, I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
This is history?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm pretty sure she'll avoid oh gosh, what religion? The extreme Mormonism and
FLDS.
Thank you. And all that. But yeah, especially when they say they're for mental health now, not everybody is, or human rights. It just blows my mind. I'm like, that is false advertisement. That should be a litigation right there.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say that.
I'm going to sell you superpowers. I mean, the whole thing is a lie.
You're going to be able to sense the saline content of your cells.
Well, this what blows my mind is that it's a quick pro quo. Hey, this service costs this much. This service costs that much. Yet they get away with, oh, no, you read it wrong. That's a donation.
It's a mandatory donation, but it's a donation.
It's insane. It's like, okay, well, can I offer a lower price? Can I negotiate the price?
Well, it's just astounding that their own members don't even know the foundations of their own religious origin stories, you know? They don't even know the upper level and the OT3 stuff. until they're well into it, many years. And that's
Because they've been
astounding.
indoctrinated from the very start that if you are not at the right gradient
Mhm.
of
Yeah.
understanding,
You'll get
you
pneumonia and die.
will not get it and understand it. That's only
Yeah.
for OT3. That is so sadistic. But the other ones is just like you won't have the capacity to understand. And
Mhm.
that's why
Yeah.
you are tested and
In other words, you
be
aren't brainwashed
approved.
quite to the level we want you to next, to be gullible enough to believe this next step that we're going to
Because
throw at you.
you
And
need
I
to be
can't imagine
approved.
how psychologically damaging that whole body thetans thing is. Because
Yep.
basically these people are driven insane. Can you imagine you think you have these things crawling all over your body? They're imaginary, but to you they're real. And you've got to fight them off of you. I mean, that's so
That's only the
psychologically
upper.
damaging.
That's only the upper. They don't even know that in the
I,
lower.
I know, but the fact that they do that, I mean, it's so cruel to say, oh, you've got all these attached beings. It's like you've got cooties or you got the boogeyman attached to you all over your body, you know? It's just
But
so
that's
cruel.
why they're not clear. You're clear, but they're not
Yeah.
clear.
Yeah.
Because
Mhm.
for you to be clear means
It's
you're
just
not sick.
diabolical is
You
all
didn't
I'm
pull it
saying.
in.
It's diabolical. It's just cruel. He went really evil the higher up he, when he had to keep making up stuff because Dianetics alone wasn't keeping people in. It was enough to get them started, but there wasn't keeping enough people. So let's make up some more bullshit that's even more diabolical. It's just ridiculous. It's sad.
No, for you to be approved, you need to go through a sec checks and approved to get on the upper indoctrination.
Yeah.
And that's even like
And then to say that someone that has a disability is degraded being, I mean, it's just, there's so many levels of cruelty in Scientology. It's astounding. Where's the love? Where's the compassion? Where's the other things that we usually go to religion for?
because that's on a scale. And if you exhibit certain behaviors, that means there's a certain characteristics that go along with that. And that means you're
Yeah,
not
well, they look at
known.
kindness is out ethics, and but being mean, that's, you've got your TRs in, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's just disgusting. Guys, I don't want to leave you guys because I'm having fun just chatting, but I really, really, really want to go see Styles' video. It's a reaction video to my video yesterday, so
Mhm.
it's kind of important I go see it. So I guess I'm going to go.
All right.
Okay.
But thank you for having me on.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah, it was nice chatting with you too. Bye.
Bye.
Peace out. Oh, I found those records requests for Mike. I request that all file systems, indices, and records repositories of the Clearwater City Council offices be searched and all records produced regarding the following matter: correspondence, communications, or materials from, to, or with Michael John Rinder and the Clearwater City Council on the subject of Scientology, the Church of Scientology, or any Scientologist. It's probably, oh wait, no, hang on. Specifically, this should include, but not be limited to, the following: reports from, to, or with Rinder on Scientology, video, audio, or photographic recordings from, to, or with Rinder on Scientology, any materials, hard or soft copy from, to, or with Rinder on Scientology, any information from flash drives from, to, or with, emails, notes, social media reports, and text messages.
And what are they saying? Do they say anything of the reason why they would need?
Trying to figure that out.
because the guy can't even come forward and say and protest about it. Come on. Hi.
Michael John Rinder was deceased as of January 5th, 2025. Therefore, records concerning him, which might otherwise be subject to a personal privacy privilege, may not be withheld and must appropriately be released to the public pursuant to a public records request. I agree to pay for any reasonable search and copying fees resulting from this request up to the amount of $100. Please advise if more is required. Thank you. Very truly yours, Kendrick L. Moxon.
At that point, I would just release it publicly. Would be. Here you go, and here to the public.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason. Scientology just wants to know what has been, sent to them.
They want to dead agent the fuck out of him.
Yeah, they do. I am shocked that Zoe is doing this.
Why?
Zoe is 9 years old. She has PTSD, terrified of everybody, and doesn't really like to be on me. She'll be near me, and she'll run away as fast as she can. I cannot wear hats, flannel, smell of bleach. If you make your announcement while you come into the room, she's gone. Like, she runs like you're gonna hurt her. I can't even pick her up.
Wow.
So that's why I was like, why are you being so loving? Like, normally she'll just sit next to me, and then lay and sleep. That's it. That's as much as I can hang out with her. But she runs from my husband for 9 years, and just the last year she's gotten comfortable with my daughter, but she still runs away from her. So that's why I'm like, what are you doing? You're weird. Stand on me and knead on me. I'm like, you're not this cat.
All right. The church and companies run by its members spent $103 million over the past 3 years buying up vast sections of downtown Clearwater. They now own most commercial property on every block within walking distance of the waterfront, putting the secretive church firmly in control of the area's future. Most of the sales have not previously been reported. The Tampa Bay Times discovered them by reviewing more than 1,000 deeds and business records, then interviewed more than 90 people to reconstruct the circumstances surrounding the transactions. Even city leaders said they didn't know the full extent of the purchases until they were shown maps created by the Times.
Yep.
The church, its members, and companies they control now own 185 properties that cover 101 acres in the center of downtown. Half of the properties were bought since January 2017. The land grab started as tensions grew between the church and the Clearwater City Council. Each had proposed major redevelopment projects designed to lure new business into the empty storefronts that surround the city-owned waterfront and the church's spiritual headquarters. Then the council interfered with a land deal that Scientology demanded for its plan. The church stopped communicating with the city. Almost immediately, a decades-long trickle of purchases by church members turned into a flood.
Yep.
Since 2017, they've bought 92 properties. The church acquired 3 others in a land swap.
Yep.
Jesus.
The land swap is hilarious. They have like random corners of undeveloped land.
Mm-hmm.
To where I want to talk to the guy that did this, because I was like, I don't get what you're showing me. Because they went around and took so many pictures of all the properties and posted that too. So this land and that land, yeah. And then I was like, this on Google Maps, it's a pile of, or where you showed the picture, it's a pile of leaves. The pile of leaves doesn't stay there. So what am I? What land am I looking at? So I'm like, great. And then it said at the end of this street and that street, I'm like, it's parallel. They don't ever connect.
What the fuck?
That's why I was like, I'm confused. They own this random corner. It's just grass. Thank you.
Or like if you look at, I can't even zoom in on the picture. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, the land swap was to buy to pay for that that I forgot the name of it. The where they play the concerts and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Hello, witch. Yeah. Good to see you.
Hello. Yep, Scientology owned some land, and they were like, "We want to build this concert hall, so, well, here's 3 random lands." But since then, Scientology doesn't talk to the city anymore. But apparently they do because they bought a street.
My question is this one right here. Why just this and none of it? Like, just, I don't know. It just looks weird that way. But why didn't they just get these right here? These little buildings that were like a lot closer to everything.
Yeah.
Like they have so many empty spaces in the middle where you would not expect.
No. But that's my next plan is to I have bought it all for January to make it in January. This map is taking too damn long. To remake it.
Mm-hmm.
Concert poster size, and then do kind of a, I'm losing my words today, directory of what is what and how much it was purchased and everything, and a complete visual of this is all the land that they own and what address leads up to what, instead of that red dot. What the hell?
Nearly all of the properties were bought through limited liability companies, which are required to disclose their operators, but not their owners. Although the arrangement is standard in real estate, it makes it impossible to know whether the properties are owned by the Scientologists, the church, or another hidden party.
Yep. So the Florida Churches or whatever Inc. Is
United Churches of Florida.
Yeah, the business address is in the Fort Harrison Hotel. That's the first one that was in 1975 buying a property, and then they learned it's them, but that's their business address. This is why I'm like, it shouldn't be a surprise anymore. Can the city do a little more investigating and put a cap on how much a nonprofit in a downtown area in one city, because no profits go back to the city. They'll use all public works, fire, sidewalk, the roads, all this stuff. Yeah, they don't pay taxes. But hey, they can buy more things. No, once it's known that it's not, you put a cap on how much real estate they can have in one city limit. How hard of legislation is that? So it's not a takeover, not a backhanded deal, or a secret, oh, this company name, blah, blah, blah. Well, we all know that these company names,
Are affiliated with
yes,
Scientologists.
that they just make it up.
Jesus. Wow. Okay. So this says the church has shed no light on its plans. Local Scientology spokesman Ben Shaw and international spokeswoman Karen Powell did not respond to repeated requests by the Times for an interview with David Miscavige. In response to detailed memos summarizing the reporting, the church criticized the Times for portraying its members as mindless robots and for having a preconceived agenda to present every Scientology story in a false and unfavorable light. There is nothing unnatural about Scientologists wanting to live in the same city that houses the international spiritual headquarters of their church, said attorney Gary Soder. The church was unaware of the significant number of properties owned by Scientologists in the Clearwater area and are delighted you provided the information.
No.
That's what that fucking said.
Yep.
Oh my God.
You're throwing a ball at me now.
Church did not answer when asked directly whether they orchestrated or paid for any of the sales. Of course they fucking didn't. The Times contacted representatives of all 32 companies that it identified that bought downtown real estate for the past 3 years. Most did not respond or declined to comment. The few willing to answer questions said Scientology had no influence on their real estate dealings. I don't mix my personal business with other areas in my life, said bull fucking shit. You're probably a fucking, well, yeah, you are actually. You're a wise company.
Mm-hmm. It has so much to do with it because they have a membership.
They need that Hubbard admin tech.
Yep. And they pay for the trademark.
The world's
But they are not influenced
shittiest military. Why did I say that? Business operations manual.
Inez had or Inez.
Inez?
Yes. In the chat.
Oh, I haven't seen the chat right now. Hang on. Inez de Castro. Hello from Spain. Just joined a few minutes ago. Where does that article of Kendrick Moxon about Mike Rinder come from? Where can I read it in its totality? Let me find that for you. Here, oh, wait. That's not that one. It was the other one. I gotta go to the underground bunker.
Oh, it's a Tony Ortega blog.
Yeah, it's a Substack.
I saw the title of it, but with my life, I have not kept.
Let's see if I can just put this in the chat. There's the link. All right, back to this. I don't mix my personal business with other areas of my life, said Terry Nowitzki, a Scientologist who manages a company that bought 2 office buildings on Chestnut Street in 2017. In interviews, sellers said most of the transactions unfolded the same way. A broker who was a Scientologist approached a downtown property owner, made an offer, paid in cash. Many of the properties weren't on the market, and half the sales were for more than double what the properties were valued by the county property appraiser. In 6 cases, buyers paid quadruple the property's value.
And that's why Mark Bunker is upset that they're only wanting to pay like the lowest bid, the actual bid price for the street instead of quadruple the price.
Right.
And clearly they wanted that empty building.
It's totally useful for something.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So in this day and age, if you had some sort of disaster, whether it's human or nature or whatever it's going on, right? And I'm talking about violence or random person that's wanting to take out people, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I was in downtown Clearwater, guess where I can't go? Anywhere. Unless you have a membership.
Mm-hmm.
That blows my mind that this is okay.
I remember when we were downtown, I think there was this woman just like walking her baby in a stroller, and the back of her shirt, I'm pretty sure it was cause resurgence. That fucking run around a light pole.
So, over last summer, a bunch of teens went on the free ones, and took that life whatever course where you learn, pretty much you're pretty much ordered around how you take care of the ship, you do this, blah blah, but you're ordered around nonstop. And somehow it teaches you independence.
Yeah, you know, right?
No, and it's these bunch of teens, and they were so proud, and the parent like, oh, what a great opportunity. You just sent your teens with a couple of Sea Orgs, maybe 1 or 2 people, the captain and, the person just ordering them around, to a Caribbean cruise. That probably was hell. Like, what the hell are we doing? And then it's like, it was a great religious experience. No! It didn't teach them independence. It told them to follow orders.
They had such wins from that.
And that's what they did for the summer. What?
Why?
What a great opportunity. It's like, to be in a cult? What's a great opportunity here?
Oh,
I don't get it. First, I would never send my teen without in open waters where pirates can take over. That's seriously not like a joke, but like, you're open waters. You're not part of any country.
Yep.
And here you're going with free wins. Everyone knows you're a cult. Oh my gosh. It's just asking for trouble. Especially if people know, hey, you know what? That's that racist bigot.
Is it weird to say that as long as I could guarantee the ability to leave. Well, I mean, I could guarantee the ability to leave. What the fuck am I talking about? Basically, if I didn't have to suffer consequences, I would join staff for the SO undercover.
Yeah. Because that's what I was like when I first was just seeing what Scientology is. And yes, find out for myself, because not everybody else's experience is mine, whatever. But see the whole picture. I was thinking, if I
what?
could pay for just a lower course, just to experience it.
Yep.
But
without
then,
having to give them all your fucking information.
right. But the problem is that where that money goes and filters up to the top, and the more information you get, it doesn't filter back to public at all, to their wage, to anything. I'm approving of this behavior, this inception. It's just like, what the hell is going on in here? You're a servant. You're an indigenous servant. Like, you are. Oh my goodness. And that's no.
I just feel bad for anyone who's on fucking, what is it, EPFB or whatever.
I don't know.
That's basically the renamed RPF.
Okay. And to get sent on the RPF for anything, even an accusation, or say you somehow you were in a sec check, or someone said something or whatever, and it reads on a meter that, I don't know, you ate a baby, some sort of, like, you're going on the RPF. It's like, what the? I would be like Nora, never get out of the RPF. There's no way I could work out of it. Because I trip over air. I hurt myself. It would literally be pulling something in, and therefore something's wrong with me.
Yeah, just because you may be a clumsy person.
Like, I didn't mean to run into that pole. I didn't mean to, like.
Yes, but your Thetan intended it.
Yep. Or somehow you deserve this body, and therefore you're a DB. Like,
you're responsible for everything that happens to it.
Right. Or having having some sort of, DB, mental illness, something, right? And the parent goes, well, I must have done something wrong in my past life or whatever. What the freak? Like, checks and balances. It's such a mind.
Especially when you teach them about the fucking data series.
And that's why it's so wrong. There's no enlightenment. It's all your fault, or this person, and somehow you need to make it go right. It's like, that's why I'm not a professional at anything. Here.
Hello, Ivan, aka Monster Hunter 452. Welcome. We are talking about Scientology, obviously. Just kind of talking about Clearwater and properties and just all this crazy indoctrination stuff. RPF being like a little prison program that they have. But I'm trying to think. Hold on. Where are my notes for the EPF now? Because I know I have some of it somewhere. Oh, I just have what you have to take if you're on the estates project force, what you have to do. 8 hours a day of labor, 5 hours a day of study, and you're taking the Introduction to Scientology Ethics course, Welcome to the Sea Org course, Basic Sea Org member hat, and the Personal Grooming course. You graduate after getting sec checked and passed from the fitness board. What's this one say? Most of the new owners have done little with their acquisitions. Block after block, vacant lots sit untouched and storefronts remain empty. A former jewelry store, an empty Walgreens, a deserted coin laundry. Oh, and there's a Sea Org member right there walking down North Fort Harrison Avenue. All 5 city council members said they doubted the rash of purchases were unrelated. The logical conclusion is Scientology must have some sort of a game plan in mind, but they're not public with what it is. Typically, when people buy commercial real estate, they move forward with construction or redevelopment, and that's not happening with almost any of these properties. Oh, there's 5 more. Just trying to look where they are, but hold on. I gotta open up my notes. Fuck. Night, Ivan. So I'm looking at when they were like first setting roots in Clearwater. They posted guards wielding billy clubs and mace outside of the historic Fort Harrison.
And mace?
Billy clubs and mace. Wow. Oh, I forgot about that event. They're talking about the Snow White documents, and it says operatives framed the mayor in a staged hit and run and spread false rumors that he was having an affair.
Yep.
I forgot about that stuff. Now I gotta pull out my which notes was it? Rules in tech, maybe? No. Events. Come on, how do I not have Snow White? Oh, Guardian's Office Operations. There we go. No. a hit and run. Oh my god, I forgot about the fake nun and the pregnant woman. Operation Snapper. Would you like to hear about it?
Sure.
It was about discrediting Lawrence Tapper, a deputy attorney general in charge of the charitable trust unit in the California Attorney General office. He handled consumer fraud complaints against the church during the 70s. The church intended to frame Tapper with a pregnant woman, a fake nun, and a fictional bribery kickback in order to get him removed from his post in the AG's office so he can no longer commit overts. The operation was divided into 3 channels with separate phases. Channel 1, first phase. Recruit a very tough woman that is obviously pregnant and that is a good actress. She does a practice run on the AG's office to ascertain the best place in, it says Younger's office. Oh, Eval Younger's office, who's the former AG, to do the action. Pregnant woman simply walks into the AG's office in Sacramento and says in so many words, I told Larry I wouldn't do this, but he gave me no choice. I don't care about his career anymore. I mean, look at me. I'll go to the press even if it does ruin my family's reputation. I won't have an abortion. After creating a scene and crying, the woman was to leave, saying, oh, never mind. Nobody will help me anyway. Jesus. I forgot about this stuff. Second phase, recruit trusted male, must be able to talk angrily and sound about 45 to 50 years old over the phone. He is the father of the pregnant girl. He calls up the 2 areas his daughter visited and gives them hell from an outside phone, saying, my daughter came into your office yesterday, the pregnant girl. Well, I don't know what you people said to her, but she is terrified. Talks of unaliving. This guy is Larry Tapper. Who is he? My daughter tells me he's the father of her child, and he's threatened to have her committed if she reveals this. You can only protect bastards like Tapper for so long, then you'll get a Watergate. Channel 2 was to commence 5 days later. Phase 1 requires the Guardian's office to recruit a trusted female with a lot of courage, find out what's the biggest order of nuns in the area, and what habit they would be wearing during this season. Recruit a reliable person who can actually take professional photographs indoors. The nun would go into the Attorney General's office and ask about filing a complaint. The photographer would follow her and overhear her question and would make her admit that she wanted to complain about Tapper. The photographer would start taking pictures of the nun. Nun covers her face completely. She says, please don't. No. Oh, God, I shouldn't have come here. Nun leaves very upset. Photographer asks receptionist who that was and leaves. Phase 2. Scientology posing as a journalist goes into an office and asks questions like, is it true a nun came in here yesterday and accused Younger of protecting Lawrence Tapper? Or other questions. Pictures taken by photographer would be sent to newspapers for headlines like, mysterious nun claims prejudice in AG's office. Get article published is like in all caps, in quotes. The article will cast aspersions on the charity fraud area and Tapper. Channel 3, find out where Tapper banks. Obtain the name and address of the San Diego mental health executive who just got busted for dealing in drugs. Recruit a 30-year-old tough-looking male. He will be taking 5 $20 bills, $100, and depositing them into Tapper's account. He'll ensure no prints of his are on any papers. He should wear glasses and some sort of hat so he can't be recognized again. He reports back with receipt. I feel like they wouldn't give this much of a fuck about $100. Like, they make it sound like what he's doing is gonna look like embezzling or just money laundering and all this shit, and it's like, it's $100, dude.
Yep. Hey, on the screen, there's the Clearwater map.
Mm-hmm.
I think I found the red, like that red square in the middle of nowhere. If you can.
Oh, wait, I've got the picture up right. Sorry. Where are we looking here?
Scroll a little out more. I think it's at the bottom.
This one?
I was looking to think a different one. Shoot. Is this the whole picture?
Yep.
Okay.
But this is as of like 2019. So
Yeah. Because with your cursor, just go down to that red square, like right. Nope. So right, one more. Yep. That's a parking garage.
they own the parking garage?
They own parking garages, yes.
Of course they do. It's because the members can pay to park there. And they're paying for everything else.
But can you scroll out a little more? I'm gonna try to find that one red. Oh, you know what? I have a feeling that red dot, that one is the parking lot. Because it's straight.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's insane what they own.
All right, I was looking at this. He'll ensure no prints are his on any of the papers. He should wear glasses and some sort of hat so he can't be recognized again. He reports back with receipt. Scientologist posing as a banker delivers the receipt to Younger's office, implicating Tapper for receiving payoffs from rather strange areas. Like, the fuck?
Yep.
The above channel workable is derived from the fact that Younger has been involved with bad PR concerning bankers and banks. This should have Younger put a lot of attention on this caper. And then I got a tiny bit of the timeline from 1980. Files for this operation became public knowledge when the Citizens Freedom Foundation discovered them in the publicly available Snow White documents. Henrietta Crampton of CFF told Tapper about the operation. He was quiet for a moment, and then he asked if it had anything to do with the pregnant woman. I told him it did, and that I had it in writing. He said, "You've made my weekend," and asked me to send him copies. Tapper and Younger were being sued for allegedly infiltrating the church. Heber Jench, who was the director of PR in LA, said the plot was unauthorized pranks of which we have no evidence were ever carried out. Told the LA Herald Examiner he heard of the Snapper operation. It was a gross operation. I can't condone that kind of activity. Someone obviously got frustrated and decided to carry out their own scenario. It should never have happened. Bull fucking shit. But yeah, that's that one.
Yeah, that glass building is called the Atrium at Clearwater Square.
Mm-hmm.
It's the 600 Cleveland Street. All these, they bought the whole building. They only bought portions of it, but now they own the whole building to where all wise companies are moving in.
Oh my God.
Just recently. Because that's where they held the city council meetings. When you have to move out of your own freaking office as a city council member, and then you're like, there's no backhanded thing. Really?
There's no undercover deal.
Are you paying rent to a church or a religion?
I want to say, why do I want to say Mark Bunker told me that they're not in that building anymore? I don't know.
Because they just bought it, because that's where
Oh, I found the hit and run against Mayor Gabriel Cazares. You interested?
Yeah.
Operation Keeler. The Guardian's office discovered that Cazares was going to a national mayor's conference in D.C. between March 13th and 17th of 1976. A GO official informed Duke Snyder. Hold on. Duke Snyder, I think. Hang on. Duke Snyder. Deputy Guardian for the U.S. Okay, so that's who he is. I have another thing that just says people involved with just a list of names and like a tiny description of who they are, because I would not remember any of this. Informed Duke Snyder that he was, quote, having DC put together fast a report on the upcoming conference, primarily where it will be and when, in detail, and locate where Cazares will be staying. I'm now working on a set of ops-type actions which could be done to welcome the mayor to the Capitol. So, on either the 13th or the 14th, he shows up to D.C. Joseph Alessi, the D.C. collections officer, interviewed Mayor Cazares while posing as a reporter. Mayor Cazares met Sharon Thomas during the interview, and Thomas offered to show Mayor Cazares the town. So Sharon Thomas was a Scientology agent for the Coast Guard sent by Michael Meisner from fucking Operation Snow White. Hold on. In the evening and after a few drinks, she drove him in Rock Creek Park in D.C., struck Michael Meisner at about 25 miles an hour, who was fine. Sharon nor Gabe stopped to help the man or see if he was okay. On the 15th, the operation was reported to Mo Budlong and Jimmy Mulligan by Dick Wigand. On either 13th March or 14th March, the mayor picked up a young woman. On 14th March in the evening and after a few drinks, he had her taken for a ride on a dark and lonely road near D.C. Suddenly, the car they were in struck a man at approximately 25 miles per hour. Neither the young woman or the mayor stopped to help the man or even find out if he was dead or just seriously injured. The man who was hit is perfectly all right. The man has agreed, dude, if you're getting hit by a car at 25 miles an hour, I don't think you're going to be all right. The man who was hit is perfectly all right. The man has agreed to keep the matter totally quiet. I should think that the mayor's political days are at an end. Hubbard sent a note to the Guardian's office saying, March 15th, 76, Cazares, is there some possibility the Cubans in Miami might get the idea that he's pro-Castro?
They wanted to throw everything.
They did.
This mayor.
June 21st, 1976. Don Alverso wrote to Wigand to inform him of the plans for the next phase of the operation. Smear campaign based on the fake accident. Attached is an op which I mocked up, which should wreak havoc in and with Cazares' political machinery and among the Clearwater people who support this criminal. The plan is to write a letter saying something to the following effect. Gabe Cazares was involved in a scandal when he was in Washington, D.C. with some floozy and also in a hit-and-run accident. The girl's going to turn herself into the police. We could have another Washington sex scandal on our hands unless we do something about it quickly. The letter was to be written on a safe typewriter and mailed from D.C. to the leading Democrats in Pinellas County, the St. Petersburg Times, the Clearwater Sun, the Tampa Tribune, newspapers in Tallahassee, and the Channel 13 News. August of 76, there was a letter. I will say there was a letter from June 21st of 76 sent and signed Sharon T. The letter said, while driving around that night sightseeing with Gabe, we had an accident. We hit a man going around a sharp curve in the road and did not stop to see if he was hurt or even dead. I don't know why. I only know that I was scared to death and panicked. We both did. A Guardian's office agent initially offered damaging info on Cazares to Representative Bill Young's admin assistant, Douglas Gregory, but was denied from both of them via letter. To cover tracks, the Guardian's office sent an anonymous letter to Bill Young claiming that the Sharon T. letter was the work of Cazares' campaign. The Guardian's office told Bill that Cazares would claim it had been a dirty trick on Young's part. So they would just blame each other for this political move, supposedly. August 2nd, 76, Joe Lisa wrote that Operation Keeler is presently underway and is expected to start getting effects on Cazares in the next few days. The desired objective was to force Cazares into a glutz situation of constantly defending himself and his actions and removing all of his attack statements about the church from local media lines. Force him to spend his campaign funds for his defense, not for his offense. The aftermath. Young responded by turning the Guardian's office letter over to the FBI. Cazares called the FBI to investigate a smear campaign. Cazares was defeated on November 2nd, 1976. And after the Guardian's office files became public in 79, Gabe sued the church for $1.5 million for invasion of privacy and malicious prosecution. And in August of 86, after 6 years of litigation, Cazares won an out-of-court settlement. So yeah, that's that.
Wow. Yeah. Sadly, he has since died, but the stories that all these shenanigans,
Mm-hmm.
and there's still people want to do business with. I'm just shocked.
There were so many fucking. I like the fact that you just called them shenanigans.
It is. It's just insane. Of what the hell is going on? And then it's like, oh nope, we could trust them. Have you at all read up? It's not just, what the hell is going on?
I don't know, but I gotta hit the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yep.
All right, I'm back.
Okay. I'm still trying to figure out all these little properties that are just colored. That's why I'm like, it's my next thing. But yeah, and life just gets in the way. And stupid people I have to play with. I don't know. Hey, hello. You need a bath.
Aww.
Oh my gosh. You need a bath. What did you do? What did you do out back?
Puppy.
What'd you do? What'd you do?
Cat face.
What'd you do? You need a bath. You need to. Oh, okay. She heard something. She gotta go.
She's running late for a meeting.
She's a wild one. Oh my gosh. Yeah, let's get another golden. And I thought, no. Nope. She ain't calm. Oh my gosh.
I wish I could play the conversation I had with Dylan Gill a little while ago. He's from CMO, and
Yeah.
we were talking about, like, I can't even remember what question started the whole thing. It started with, like, hey, I'm doing mass document research and there's someone here from CMO in the document, and I'm like, are they the same thing as this person? And then it just went on we ended up having a 2-hour conversation just about all this different information. And one thing I learned about one of the people in the people log, where is it? Who was it? Ah, shit. I want to say it was like H. Great, now I can't remember. Shit. Well, either way, it was someone. No, you know what? I'm gonna fucking find it. Screw it. Oh, okay. That's what it was. Someone named Suzette Barnett. And I was asking if that was the same as Suzette Tompkins or whatever, some bullshit. And then it ended up being Suzette Hubbard.
Yep.
That, I will say, that kind of blew my fucking mind a little bit. I was like, oh shit. I'm getting life history on Suzette.
Yep.
Nice little addition to the mass document. Just trying to see now if I can find any of my entries that have like really decently long descriptions, just so I can actually learn something of a person. Oh, that was this guy. Okay, Chuck Beatty taught me about something called like an incident in like the 80s or something, or 70s, I don't remember. It was at Gold, and it was, if you see Watchdog Committee member for CMO, spit on him for me. And Larry Brennan received that dispatch from Hubbard, but didn't comply with it. David Miscavige did, though. Oh, wait, it was John Axel. Yep. Yeah, so he was the one who got spit on. For random information, John Axel's wife said she was audited by LRH personally on the Apollo during the L-10 pilot program. This is the shit I find interesting.
Yeah.
Let Well, at least we're covering completely separate ground.
Yep. No, I'm interested in all the buildings. I was like, people are gonna be weird.
People are very weird.
But I can navigate like the cause and effect of, hey, you purchased this building, now what?
Mm-hmm. It's a lot
Going
easier to
through the
control.
logistics of like the mind and why you did something, what you were thinking. So I was like, I'll stick to easy transactions that I can follow.
And that's the thing. It's not like I'll start with one event and I'll research some of it. I'll get some sources for it, do what I do. And then I'll find something in that event that relates to something else. And my brain now wants to learn about that new thing. So it branches off and goes to that new topic and repeat ad infinitum.
Yep.
Or then if I see freaking if I'm going through a document and I see a name that I already have and I go to it to add more information, I'll see something like what was it? Yeah. No, but I'll see stuff like was involved in such and such an event or was in such and such a rank in the Sea Org or whatever happened then. And my brain is now like, well, I see some unfinished resources that I haven't gone through for this one yet. So I'm going to do that now.
Right.
I don't know why it's so difficult for me to fucking start and stop a page. Like, actually finish the page. Oh, no, and that's what it was. I had asked him what the CMOIXU was, which is the International Expansion Unit or Extension Unit. Hold on. Who the hell's this guy?
Hey, I'm alive. Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
My family's trying to figure out the dog. She rolled into something. I'm like, you are being taken care of. Yeah, they took over the living room and everything to build a metal peacock. So,
Hold on, let me get you centered in on this. Oh, that's cool.
yeah, she had to individually put these in.
That came out really nice.
And then some sort of body. This is the legs. Hi!
Aww.
You need a bath. It's not bow time.
So
But yeah.
throw it.
These are the feet. The popcorn.
Oh.
They have popcorn. But these are the individual things they have to put in. So yeah. She was hanging out with her dad and he's like, I want to play my game. I was like, well, go in your office. And he's like, no, she needs help. And I was like, well, it's a daddy and her project. So yeah, she has baby pliers.
Hold on, my dog's being a pain in the butt. Hang on. You're not going outside. Go lay in your bed. Go lay in your bed. He was outside like fucking not even 2 hours ago. He does this all night.
So are you there?
Yep.
Okay. This is the metal thing.
Oh, that's what it's gonna look like when it's done?
Yeah.
Oh, that's insane.
So it's all different 3D. Yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah. She's like, I want the metal ones. Because we've been doing wood ones.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the book nook type things. Have you heard about those little models?
I've only, when you say book nook, I think about a little crevice in a wall I can crawl into.
No, they're like little book, tiny little things go into this book end type thing. And so I already have two. I have one that's like a nautical one. I have to find my dog to bring it to my daughter. Have you seen Willow? She brought me a ball and she knocked over the popcorn by jumping.
All right, my dog is being a fucking dick right now. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Sorry, I have to keep leaving.
No, go. I also don't know how to turn this way. Come here. What? Yeah. Right there.
All right, I'm back and I have pizza. Are you interested in hearing about a David Miscavige beating?
Sure.
I know that is the weirdest question I could probably ever ask anybody. It was a man named Bruno Parent. He was in the SO at Gold from late 1978 to the mid 1985. David Miscavige screamed a few inches from Bruno's face, asking when the re-editing of Problem of Life would be completed. Bruno's hesitation made him angrier. He grabbed Bruno by the shirt, tore it, and threw him against the wall. When they were about to leave the editing building, David Miscavige turned around and threw $1 on the floor, saying, "For your shirt, so you don't have a motivator on me."
Having motor what?
Motivator.
Oh.
Basically, reason to say he can hate David Miscavige. Because David Miscavige paid him back for the shirt, so $1. Like, the fuck?
I know, I need to get her a towel. Wait a minute.
Yeah, the wild one knocked over the whole bowl of popcorn. While she was getting a bath, the older dog just ate all the popcorn, and I just sat here waiting for it. Like, nope, not intervening. I'm still the only one on the screen. Just
Shit. Completely forgot.
I'm just looking at myself going, okay.
Give me a sec. There we go. Now we're doing better. Completely didn't realize I was too busy looking at my notes.
Is there a towel for her? She's just getting me all wet. I have to use.
I don't know what to talk about.
Oh, it's okay. I'm so tired. I have to. I only work 3 days a week, so tomorrow's my Friday, but man. Yeah.
Can't come soon enough.
Yeah. My arm's in constant pain.
Mm-hmm.
And when I use it more, it hurts really, really bad. And you can't ignore it. It affects everything. So it was throbbing today. So I'm like, great. I get one more day to use it. So yeah. No fun.
Can I ask what caused your pain?
Yeah. Last February, last year, I broke my hand at work. I broke both bones, one completely off the joint, and I needed surgery. So they put a titanium plate and 4 screws, and they don't know the cause, but they have a feeling it's nerve damage. So I have a nerve study type thing coming up next week.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't pick up anything. I cannot even hold the steering wheel anymore.
Damn.
With my hand.
Sorry to hear that.
So like the more I use it, it just swells up and I start dropping things. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. No, it's no fun. That's why when I picked up that thing. They're like, "Oh, okay. You hurt yourself. You're fired." Because I heard it on the job. They had cardboard where they shouldn't have, and where it was hidden on one part of the cart, and there was a ton on top. I saw stuff on top, and I was putting away dishes, and then all of a sudden they're like, the stuff slid out, and I slipped and fell fully on my hand.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Oh no, I almost passed out. I was yelling for help. No one heard me. So I got up, walked out, and then it was like, whoosh, I need to lay down. And it was completely disformed. So they're like, yep, it's broke. But they didn't care about the one that was still in place. The other one, I mean, it popped. Yeah. So they're like, yep. So they reset it. Like, you better knock me out. I'm not listening to you. Do all that stuff. And then 14 days later, they're like, nope, you need surgery or it'll be disformed. Yeah. So I'm permanently, disfigured. It's a 3-4 inch scar. So it's straight from here to here. Don't know if you can see. That's my vein, but it's right. Yep. So it's just no fun. I just want my hand back. That's all I want.
Yep.
So yeah, that's why I'm like, like when they have like the best April Fool's joke, but they're serious. That's why when she stated that, she literally said, your limit is 15 pounds, you lifted 15 pounds, and you hurt yourself. You're non-compliant, so we're terminating you. I just froze, and then I said what she said back at her. She's like, yeah, and you hurt yourself. You're non-compliant.
Fuck.
How was that fucking yeah. Then she, they paid me out of all, like, 30 hours of vacation time I had saved up, everything. Over $700 cash right there, signed papers. And then when she said that, I was like, I'm just gonna talk to my lawyer. She's like, you do that. I called my husband first because they wanted me to work my last day. I was like, I'm not working with $700 cash on me, and I'm not putting it in the bank because that accepts the offer. I was like, hold on, no. So I called the claims adjuster and told them, because you're kind of stuck. I can't go to unemployment. I have an open case. I'm still getting treatment. And then the claims adjuster supervisor called me and asked me not to go to unemployment because it will confuse everything and make more things complicated. Oh my God. So it was unlawful fire. So
at least you're fighting it.
Yeah, the person that fired me called me the next day at night going, we would like to extend the offer of rehire. I was like, oh. Is that what?
Because they know they're fucked.
I know. Oh, my daughter was shocked. My husband's laughing, and I'm like, I don't want to take this offer. And he's like, you have to. I was like, she's an idiot. So yeah. Nope, they're extra nice to me right now. Extra nice.
Good.
And I'm just like, so we're gonna just pretend like nothing ever happened. I'm friends with so many people because I'm the bubbliest person there. I'm like, hey. And then I told this other person thought I was new, and I was like, no, I've just been gone for a year, but I've been there for almost 3 years. And then I was just like, nope, I just try to create my own environment, happy-go-lucky, just getting whatever job done so I can get paid and exist.
Yep.
This is not a career. This is just something that I'm doing in my 40s because
I need to pay the bills.
exactly. And thankfully, I don't need to work too much because my husband has a good job. So it's one of those just supplement income that I'm.
Mhm.
But I'm like, I'd rather do something else at this point. But yeah, whatever comes of it, I don't know. But at least they know I do qualify for a good lawsuit. First, I have titanium in me because of your dumbasses. And then I also, can't, yeah. Because another person was like, you're untouchable because you're in the middle of treatment and it's their fault. I'm like, So how can you say, see ya? Or make that claim. Your limit's 15 pounds. You picked up 15 pounds. You're not compliant. That's what I'm like. Think about what you just said. Yeah. Nope. I got on Friday and I was like, hey guys, want to hear a joke? Like, in the meantime.
That's just fucked that happened in general.
Well, because in my brain, I'm like, this can't be my life. This can't be real. Are you for real right now? And so when I came in went to work yesterday, that person didn't know I was rehired. Everybody just heard I was fired. And then it's like, show up for work. I'm not the stupid one.
I'm not the one who doesn't know shit. All the shit's been happening to me.
Yep. I know. And I'm not causing drama at all. I'm just an innocent bystander that's like, leave. Oh, no, come back. Just kidding. And yeah, so instead of doing reshop, which is putting everything back on the shelves, they're like, we don't want you to hurt yourself again. So just check dates. I'm like, oh my God. I feel like I have a dunce cap on. They're like, all right. And they're like, if you have any questions or it's too hard for you, just let us know and we'll find something else. I was like, damn.
Fuck.
I know. That's why I was like, oh, they got yelled at.
That's
Yep.
awesome.
That's why I'm like, everywhere I go, it's like, how are you doing? How are you feeling? And how are you doing that? Okay. So you're doing great. Awesome. It's like, damn.
You can hear the fake.
I'm just, yeah. And usually if I just walk around, because I've had to put ice on this and just take 10 minutes and just ice it, like an extra break. They now know that I'll do that. Because I'm just like, I can't keep grabbing the whole time. This is throbbing. It doesn't fit it'll, swell to the elbow. And I'm just like, I'm done. So yeah, I'll walk around the store just because I'm like walking my hand. Oh, but yeah, no, they've been ridiculous. But for them to say that, yeah, like if it's too hard, just let us know.
Oh my God.
It's hard not, but they're so serious about it that I'm just like, this gotta be a joke. So yeah, the people that I've worked with since the beginning, and one of them got hired when I got hired, and I was like, hey, Josh, did you hear? And then I told him, and he's like, well, what'd you do? I'm just existing. So I told him, and he's like, I'm sorry that happened to you. I was like, it's not like it's a big dream job. Because when they passed me, they're like, hey, Sarah, how's your day? I'm like, living the dream. Like, it's not, it's just one of those random, like, I work at a store. Woohoo!
How you doing? Same shit, different day.
Exactly. We're like, yep, it's still wonderful.
Oh my.
Can't wait for my shift to continue tomorrow. Yeah, because I even went up to his truck window and flicked it to see if I would scare him, because he's sitting there on break eating, and then he just I'm laughing because I'm like, I'll prank these kids. But I was like, hey, want to hear a joke? I was fired. I'm rehired. Yeah. So yeah, you gotta make the best of it. It's like, what the hell am I supposed to do with that information?
Right?
Yeah, people are definitely weird with their behavior, their whatever power trips they have. And I'm like, do. I just make whatever I can out of it. And that's why
You've been watching any of Tilty and Fluffer's recent streams?
Not recently, no.
They've been doing a lot of like the booklets, the Scientology
really?
booklets.
I think I started watching the children one, and then I haven't, for like the last 2 weeks, I haven't caught up on anything.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, no, that's why my mom always said my head was in the clouds, like I'm not in the real world. I'm like, the real world is just freaking insane.
Yep.
It's like, oh, okay, that happened, and you move on. and you have to laugh at it, because it's like, well,
and it could be some of the most gruesome shit nowadays. Yes. And we'd be like, it's Tuesday.
I know. I was just at a baby shower this Sunday, and it's like I hadn't seen someone in a long time, and they're like, what have you been up to? I'm like, oh, and this just happened. So I just tell her, because she's known me since I was in my 20s, way before my daughter was born. And so she's like, what the fuck? I don't know. And then like another group, and so I'm like, I'm only saying that once. We're not. And then it's like, they're like, oh, if only we really told how we feel. And I'm like, it was like, how are you? I'm great. No, like tornado, a tsunami, and an earthquake, fire. And it's the beginning of the week. We're like,
It's your average day in the 2020s.
Yeah. Oh, I had my sister-in-law has been married for like 5 years now, I think, and she's like 4 years, and she's like, no, we're waiting till the economy gets better, or at a better time. And then it was like, there's never a good time to bring in a child.
No. Especially not now.
No, I flat out told her, I was like, I was pregnant when the market crashed, so it's not like I could tell my child, not now, you need to go back into a single cell, not multiple. Nope, you're done. It's like, no, we're moving along.
Canceling your membership.
No, it's like, no, life can't, no, we're not going to get through this. You might as well not come at all. It's the Holocaust. Not Holocaust. It's the apocalypse. Oh my gosh, I can't even say that word. Yep. We're done.
Yep. I accept my fate at this point.
Oh yeah. Well, that's why my daughter's like, can you be safe? Can you drive safe? Can you do this? I was like, I'm just going with the wind. I have no idea what's coming at me, to me.
Can't control other drivers.
That's why I was like, nope, life's gonna happen. And I mean, really weird stuff has happened. And I'm humbled by it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
All I gotta do is go, okay. Because I woke up on Saturday morning thinking it was all a dream. That's how bad it was. I was like, I dreamt that, right?
Sadly, no.
Did I dream the last 2 days? And then I got a call again and be like, okay, we're putting you back on the schedule. What was your times again? I was like your availability. And I was like, look. Nope, I didn't dream it. Because she didn't even put me on the schedule. She told me this other person was going to put me on the schedule, but she told that person that she did put it on the schedule. So I was not put on the schedule. I came in Tuesday going, no one knows I'm rehired. I'm up here with no HR. One went on vacation and one's not coming today. And I'm like, this has got to be a dream. So I kept asking people, did you hear? Did you hear? Yep. It was the weirdest Tuesday. Coming back to work. Like coming back from the dead. Oh, just crazy. Make sense of what other people do.
Life's just fucking nuts.
Oh man. It's crazy. Man. It's getting late where you are, huh?
Yeah, it's about 12:30 in the morning. Oh.
Hi.
Hello, Antics. Welcome back.
I came back. Oh, my picture's gone. I don't know what happened. I must not have said it. So I watched the style video. It was so adorable. She reacted to it. She laughed and cried and thanked everyone. I sent you the link. I emailed it to you just now. So
All right.
so sweet. I teared up watching her tear up, you know. But she loved it. It's amazing how small her channel is. I was looking at it, and her numbers and subscribers are really low. I think she's not on a lot of people's radars.
Mm-mm. Tricked, given a link and asked to react.
She laughs her butt off and she's crying. It's really sweet.
I'm watching some of it right now.
It was great. She had Miss Cabbage with her. Anyway, I was really touched by it. I thought it was super sweet. I'm really glad she trusted us enough to, because all I told her was that I wanted to use a clip of hers. Like, is it okay if I clip one of your videos? And she had no idea what I was doing with it. I didn't give her any more information than that, other than I was working on a community project. That's the only thing I told her. And then she trusted us enough to do the live stream of her reaction too. So that was nice. I was like, how are we going to talk her into doing a reaction video?
Right.
It was a joy, though, to go back through her work and see some of her protests and stuff. That's the thing, I mean, it's a lot of work to do these videos, but it's enjoyable for me too, because I get to go back through a creator's, all their content and find clips. And so
you get
I'm
to
just,
learn more about them.
yeah, and I'm already watching their stuff. So it's like, okay, I have to watch more of something I already enjoy watching. So it's not, it doesn't feel like as much work because I'm enjoying the content. And then, particularly for this video, I had so much participation from so many people. It was just fun to be able to reach out and communicate and, talk to all these different creators. And to see that they support her and support me. And it was just really lovely.
It came out really well.
Thanks. It was a lot of work. It really was a lot of work. I mean, just like trying to organize everybody, it was like herding cats,
Mm-hmm.
But then the editing took forever. And then every time I drop in a new clip, like, when you sent yours and Cub sent hers, I have to re-edit the whole soundtrack to get it to fit right.
Oh, God.
It was a bitch. Oh, excuse my language.
I don't care.
So, but it was good. And then, like I said, I watch it now and I'm like, oh, that change didn't go. Or, I see the little things, but that's always going to be the case. But she was so glad to see everyone. She's like, I didn't know anyone even knew who I was. She's like, you know my name? To some of them. Yeah. I like your sweater, Journey.
Oh, thank you.
I'm watching the reaction video right now. It gets to Scooter Mom, and she's like, I think I'm about to cry.
She does cry.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, sorry, spoiler alert.
No, I'm kidding.
We made an old lady cry.
At least it was a good cry.
Yeah, I shouldn't call her an old lady. That's dismissive. She's just as vibrant now as she ever was. She's amazing. I was surprised to see you guys were still on because I took so long because I ended up watching my own video again and watching hers twice and sent out an email and I was just like, oh, who's on? And you guys were still on, so I popped back in.
Cool.
I'm like, wait a minute, I've got a link. I'll just show up. I was thinking about going live myself, but I don't. What would I do? I was going to knit, but I'm in a place in my pattern that's wrong, and I have to fix that and figure that out. So I still want to do the other.
I wish you luck on your discovery.
Thank you. I don't know what the frick I did. I was trying to figure out if I missed a color on the row before. I don't know. I think that's what happened. I just I got to that point and was like, set it down and just talk to you guys, and then did all the other stuff. So I haven't picked it back up since I was knitting earlier. I only have like 5 more rows, 6 more rows. Yeah, 6 more rows, and then I could start on the crown of the hat. So I told him I'd get it out to the mail this weekend. So I think I could probably finish it tomorrow if I give it a good couple of hours of focusing on it instead of being drawn in 5 directions like I usually am.
Same here.
Yeah, I'm terrible about that. I'll have like 2 streams open and still be playing a game because it's just not enough. It's just not enough. Like,
Seriously, though, I play my little hyperfixation game, Binding of Isaac, and I turn the music off purely so I can listen to something else in the background.
Yeah.
I cannot play that game by itself.
She knocked over a whole bowl of popcorn, and Jake ate it while she was in the bath, getting a bath.
I want popcorn.
Oh, the dog ate it.
I don't want that popcorn.
One dog spilled it all, and the other one just ate it. And I sat here going, okay. That happened.
It's Tuesday.
Wednesday.
Joking, referencing earlier.
Oh, yeah, it is a...
I keep forgetting it's Wednesday,
Meet
too.
my
It
team.
feels,
She will tell you, right?
it feels like it's earlier in the week to me, too. It doesn't feel like Wednesday yet.
Yeah, anything that happens is like, it's only Tuesday. I don't get it. She doesn't get it. It's okay. I learned a long time ago. I'll let it go with my teen.
You look too young, Judy, to have a teenager.
I'm 42. I'll be 43 this month.
Yeah, you look 32.
I remember what I said came in here today. Don't know.
Anyway, I hope it grows her channel for her, you know.
I hope so too.
She's getting the gnome. Let's see, T has it now, but I still am not posting Australia pictures because Manning has the spare gnome and has a video or 2 to come out first. Then I'm doing T's videos, and T is doing a trip where she's traveling to the same city, I think Sydney, where Aphila lives. So she's giving the gnome to Aphila after her.
That's cool.
Yeah. And then it's going from Aphila to Style Audit, and then to you, Holly.
Can't wait.
Yeah, you're next on the list after Style Audit. And then after you, I haven't talked to her yet, but the plan is to go to Miriam in Denmark.
Oh,
That's pretty
Yeah.
sweet.
I'd like to get another guy in there, though. We've had like 5 women in a row now. If we follow that plan, so if I could squeeze a guy in, I might try. Which I know that sounds awfully sexist, but I want to try to keep it balanced, you know.
Mm-hmm.
To some extent, it can be predominantly women. That's fine, but just throw a guy in there once in a while.
Mm-hmm. Moose has been going to a lot of different orgs.
Ooh, there's an idea. He would be a great fit. Yeah, I'll run that by Manning, see what he thinks. I mean, I don't have to run it by anyone. I could just do it. But I don't want to be like the full end all be all. You know what I mean? I want it to be more of a community thing.
Yep.
That's why people ask me about the gnome. I'm like, he's not my gnome. I just help. He belongs to all the protesters.
He's the community gnome.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And like, if we ever do merchandising or something, I want it to go to a charity. I'm like, it shouldn't be money to me or anyone. It should be towards something, you know? But we're a long way off from doing any merchandising or anything like that. But he would be an awfully cute t-shirt. I mean, Little Gnome's a handsome guy. I talked to Paraditology the other day. He's doing good. He's just attending to like family stuff. But he still follows the gnome. He said it brings a thrill to him every time he sees the little end credit where I say his mom stole the gnome. Makes him happy. So that's nice. He's a really nice guy.
All right, guys, I better call it a night.
All right.
I have another day of work tomorrow.
Night journey. If you're on the schedule.
Yeah.
She put me on today. I don't know if she put me on tomorrow. Like actually in the system. So I got to clock out today. But I have not been able to clock in for the last 2 days.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, she's like, I put you in the system so you could just clock out. I'm like, all right, I don't need to fill out a form. Which, the form thing, I was like, oh my gosh.
You have to fill out a form to be able to clock out?
For a punch correction, yeah. It needs to be approved.
Well, yeah, I knew that. I mean, we have that at my work, but...
Well, yeah, no, but it's a form now.
Oh.
Yep.
For us, it's just a couple of clicks.
And I know. That's how it was a year ago, but now it's different. And I was like, what the hell happened in a year?
That's just weird. They're bringing back Hubbard bureaucracy.
I have no idea. So hopefully I can punch in tomorrow. If not, there'll be like Tuesday and just say, yeah, you could just start. Or let me just start work. I don't need to punch in.
But you better punch out.
Yeah, I have to put. Nothing makes sense. Nothing. We're just gonna go along with it.
That's all you can do most days.
Yeah.
Just go with it.
Yep, I wear my brace and ice it when I can, and it's no fun. It hurt a lot today, so I have no idea what's going on. So, yay me. But have a good one, guys. Have a great
You
night.
too, Jeremy.
Good night.
Night.
She's so sweet.
She really is. She's always awesome to have around.
Yeah.
Especially when she goes into her little rabbit holes of buildings.
Yes. I know. She's got so much knowledge about it all, and she's just really focused on it and knows her stuff. Spent so much time on it.
I'm glad she covers the part that I freaking can't be bothered to cover.
Yeah, right? I agree with you 100% because I'm like all about the silly and the funny and the supporting. But when it comes to deep dives on serious matters, my brain can't focus long enough. I just like glaze over after a while.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in bed now. I was like getting settled in. But you can't see me, so I guess it's okay. I wish
Yep.
I had put my picture up, though. I don't know why that's not up.
Oh,
Oh, there
we
we go. It's because my camera was on. I didn't realize it. But it was facing a black surface, so it just looked black. I changed it a few days ago to be Smurfette, just to use Papa Smurf. But I thought I'd better change it back, especially since I released that video and people would be looking for me. And they'd be like, I thought she was a squirrel. Why is it a Smurf? Or vice versa. Like, I thought she was a Smurf. Why is this a squirrel? So I thought, well, I better change it back for now, at least, to save confusion. It's already confusing enough. People can't find that video. They're like, I can't find your style video because they're looking up style. And it's like, no, it's under the David Miscavige
Yep.
interview. So it's a little confusing for people. I can't find it. Like Scooter Mom tried to include it on the Scooter Report. She's like, I can't find it anywhere. I'm like, oh, it's on my page. I don't know what to tell you. It's the Miscavige interview. And then she went back because she had all this time after doing her clips because she had skipped me. So she went back and played some of it. So worked out fine. But it's just an example. If she couldn't find it, probably more than her. Someone else said they couldn't find it. And I was thinking, really? I sent you the link. What do you mean you can't find it? I literally emailed you the link.
It's the one thing.
Yeah. Holly, you're pretty awesome, I have to say.
Thank you. So are you.
I would take you for my daughter any day.
I appreciate that.
No, I mean, I would be very proud to have you as my daughter. You're a very wonderful person.
Thank you. That means a lot, actually. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I've never heard a compliment at like that level before. But besides, obviously from my own parents, but like from somebody else.
Well, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Yeah, so you're really close in age to my kids. Mine are a little younger, but still, you're really close in age. So I think of you on that level. When I see people your age, I'm like, oh, that would, or I'm so glad that's not my kid. This is usually the case.
Mm-hmm.
So glad my kid's not like that one. But also, I feel like I can relate to people your age on a certain level because, I was so indoctrinated into the culture raising my own kids, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. It does.
Like, I feel like sometimes I relate more to the Gen Zs than I do the millennials, really. I mean, and I have a lot more in common maybe with the millennials, but I just have a lot of exposure to Gen Z. It's still weird not seeing chat, though. I don't even know if you have any people here.
No.
It's just us.
We do not. It is just us.
That's great. I know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that's great.
No, that's okay. I don't care.
I think it's nice. It's just the two of us.
We can make it if we try.
Yeah, I hate when I see people like my generation and older talk disparaging about the youth, and it's like, oh, you mean because they're behaving exactly as you did when
Like
you
youth?
were, when you were a youth, and it's just they're just so out of touch with the younger generation, and that's one of the things that's really lovely about having a kid is it keeps you grounded to other generations.
Give me
you're
one
more
second.
willing to learn from them and open up to them and accept them and take them for who they are instead of comparing them all the time to, well, when I was that age, that sort of bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, well, when you were that age, they weren't as worried about lead in the water supply.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when I was growing up, you'd always hear, oh, well, I did drugs when I was your age, but that was the 60s. And it's like, okay, well,
Yeah,
they
you did
still
the
do drugs
pussy
in the 80s
drugs.
and 90s and 2000s, and it doesn't matter. Oh, that was the 60s. The only reason that stands out to you, like, oh, well, that was the time. It's like, no, because that's when you were young. That was why, I just found that really amusing. I'd hear that all the time in the 80s and 90s. Like, oh, well, we did drugs, but that was the 60s. And then you'd hear it a lot about the 80s too. Like, oh, but that was the 80s. People did cocaine then. And it's like, okay, well, they do drugs now too. It's no different. It's just
They're
that
just
was
a
when you
lot
were.
worse.
Yeah, well, and it's like, well, that's just when you were young, so you were around it and exposed to it. It's not any better. There's still a drug culture out there. It's still the same curiosity from that age group to want to play around with things, and it is what it is.
Yep.
And not that I'm condoning it necessarily, but
No, I get what you mean.
But we've all been at an age where or pretty much all, where we've been curious enough to experiment with different things.
Mm-hmm.
My kids are super straight-laced, and you wonder sometimes, it's like, okay, are they just hiding it from me because I'm mom? But I'm really open and connected with my kids, so I don't think so. They're just different generation. They're just very straight-laced. Like, they don't even really drink. Just a beer once in a while. It's just like a non thing for them, which is fabulous. I don't know how I managed to escape by them getting involved with worse,
Mm-hmm.
So are you buzzed yet, or?
Oh, I've been for quite a while.
Because when I first popped on and saw you guys and I was like typing into StreamYard, I was looking at you and I was like, yep, Holly looks like she's buzzing.
Yep. I've been buzzing. Starting to come down.
Yeah, my kids don't even do 420. I do, and they know it. And, I'm open about it because I feel like if it's something you feel you need to hide, then why are you doing it? And I just would rather be open with them and let them know so that they can feel free to be open with me about things.
Yep.
So I've always been really open with my kids about anything, really. Even like talking to them about sex. I don't ever talk about my sex life because that's taking a step too far.
Mm-hmm.
But like discussing sex with them, what I would do, especially when they were like early teens and it was just way too uncomfortable, but they needed a sex talk, I would do it in the car because that way I'm focused on the road and looking ahead and we're not like face to face. And I think the eye contact at talking about something like that is what makes it so uncomfortable. But if you make it in a relaxed atmosphere, and he could, the kids could look off out the window if they didn't want to face me, but it opened them up to be able to talk to me about it. Whereas like face to face, that sort of talk is really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
This might be a step too far for me to say. I don't know.
You're on a pretty lenient channel.
Okay, well, I mean, tell me if I'm like bridging too many lines here. But I took my young kids to see the Warhol Museum in Pittsburgh, and there was a big painting of Candy Darling. Do you know Candy Darling?
Nah.
She was a transsexual, and
Okay.
back then I think they just said transvestites.
Mhm.
And there's this, so she's just this beautiful woman, but she's naked, and her penis is hanging out. And my son looked at me really confused because he was young at the time.
Mhm.
And he's like, I don't understand why this woman has a penis. And so I just turned to him and I said, well, I said, you know how when you were born, you felt like a little boy and, you know, you're a little boy. I said, well, some people when they're born, they're in the wrong body. They don't feel like a little boy. I said, this man was born a man, but he doesn't feel like a man. He never felt like a little boy. He felt like a little girl. And so she lives her life as a little girl. And he was like, oh, okay. And we just, you know, went on as nothing happened. But a security guard came up to me later and said, I really like how you handled that. You were just completely factual. You told the truth, but you normalized it and like, look, this happens. Things like this happen. And I was really proud that I've been that open with my kids, that I can, like, they can ask me a question. You ask me a question, I'm going to give you an answer. So maybe don't ask me if you don't want to know the answer. Like one time we were in the car and we were playing Roxanne from the
Good
Police.
song.
Yeah, and I was singing it, and my kids said, "What is this song even about?" So I just factually said, "Oh, it's about a street worker in Amsterdam," and they put a red light on to say they're open for business, and they were very shocked. And I'm like, "Well, you asked me. I'm going to tell you, you know." But yeah, I didn't feel like it was smart to hide things from them or to lie to them because they're going to find out somewhere. I'd rather have them hear things like that from me
than the internet.
Or their friends that has it all backwards, or it tells them something really bigoted, or, you know. But that security guard said a lot of parents like shoo their kids away and hide their eyes, and the kids trying to look and they're asking questions and the parents just shut them up and move them along. And it's like, no, a kid asked me a question, I'm going to answer it. Like when my son finally came and asked me about Santa, and I knew he knew and he wanted to hear it from me. I wasn't going to lie to him at that point. When you're old enough to ask the question and you're having that big of a doubt, then, you know, come with the facts. Don't delude them any longer. So I said, well, Santa Claus did exist. And I told him the story of St. Nicholas, you know. I'm like, he did exist. And people loved what he did so much, they carry on the tradition. I said, but Santa Claus was real. I mean, he was St. Nicholas. So I just don't understand, like, if your kid flat out asks you a question and you're just going to lie to their face. I don't, you know, we did the Santa lie when he was little, told him about Santa Claus. But then when they come to you and say, hey, wait a minute, you know, it's like, you need to come with the facts. You need to be honest with them. Candy Darling was beautiful. She was a dancer and a heroin addict, and one day couldn't take it all anymore and just danced right out the window.
Jeez.
I know. Isn't that tragic?
Yeah.
Sorry, I probably shouldn't bring up such a downer thing.
No, you're good. I've talked about some depressing shit. It's all right.
She was part of Andy Warhol's like entourage, you know.
Mm-hmm.
She's mentioned in Lou Reed's song, Take a Walk on the Wild Side.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he says Candy came down from Harlem or something like that. He mentions her in it.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, Candy came from West LA, hitchhiked across the country. No, I don't remember the lyrics now, but he talks about her. I got to see Lou Reed in concert a couple of times. I was glad I did before he passed.
Oh, that's cool. I've only been to a couple of concerts in my life.
You know, I'm not a big fan of crowds, so
Me
what was
neither.
your
I
reason?
can't do it.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the same thing. Crowds, and for me, the music was too loud to actually enjoy.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I was going to go to concerts are really hard for me because of my seizure disorder. They almost all have flashing lights.
Yep.
And I was going to risk going to a show. Oh, my friend got tickets for Psychedelic Furs.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, okay, that'll be fun. I'll go with you because it was like out on a lawn, sort of one of those concert venues, you know?
Yeah.
I was like, that one can't be too bad, and I can always shut my eyes if it gets too flashy. And so I was going to go with my friend. And then I said, who's the opening band? And it was Love and Rockets, which I never liked Love and Rockets, even when they were big. And I was like, oh, never mind. Like, I'm good. And they were pretty insulted. I was like, look, you know, if it's going to be a thing for me where it's hard to go and there's going to be crowds and it's going to be loud and it's going to have flashing lights, it's got to be worth all that trouble for me. And Love and Rockets is just not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
So then the day of the concert, I had forgotten who was playing, and I after I dropped my friend, because it was here in San Diego and she lives out of town, so I drove her to the venue so she could park at my house and not have to pay for venue parking.
Mm-hmm.
And when I dropped her off, I thought, oh, I wish I had gone. And then I was like, Psychedelic Furs are pretty good. And then I instantly remembered, oh, yeah, but Love and Rockets.
Oh, yeah, they suck.
Yeah, they suck. I hate them. They're not good. It's just one of those bands my friends all liked, but I never did. I don't know how it skipped me, but it skipped me. I just don't get it.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of bands that my fiance listens to that I'm just like, I just don't really care that much. We don't have a lot in common music-wise, but it makes for some interesting car trips.
Oh, yeah. I know that on steroids because I dated a guy who owned a music store. He was manager of a music store for a long time, and then towards the end he owned his own.
Mm-hmm.
And I just had to concede that he was in charge of the music because anything I wanted to listen to was crap or he was tired of, or, you know, it was always a criticism. And so I was like, fine, you pick the music. And then car trips were horrible back then because, you know, radio sucks. It fades out between towns and you can't find anything good on. And it's the same old bullshit they've been playing since the 60s and 70s. And, you know, so it was terrible. being with him in that aspect. But the good thing was he'd bring me home CDs. He'd give me CDs all the time.
Nice.
Yeah. And he did have really good taste in music. I did like a lot of his music. And he had a massive collection. I mean, back then it was the discs. So he had like a wall of discs. And I did get to meet, gosh, now my brain is not working. Oh gosh, what is the name of that band? I got to meet a band. Shit. It's a California band from Pasadena. Black guys who do ska.
No idea.
Something Fish.
Hootie and the Blowfish? No.
No, not Hootie and the Blowfish.
No, wait, he's from fucking North Carolina. I
Yeah,
think.
that's true. Gosh, that's gonna drive me nuts. I gotta find my phone.
I mean, I know about the band called Fish.
No, it wasn't Fish. I'll look it up. And I'd go to shows with them a lot too, so that was good too. Fishbone.
Never heard of him.
I just remembered. It was a ska band. All black guys. From the 80s, late 80s, early 90s. Apparently they formed in 1979. Yeah, I got to meet Fishbone. That was cool.
Oh, my friend, our friend took me and Carmen to this Megadeth concert because he was like the biggest Megadeth fan. And the people he had invited previously who weren't able to make it had bought backstage passes, meetup passes for fucking the opening act or whatever, which I don't know who the fuck they were. So Carmen and I are just standing in the VIP line with tickets to a band that we have no fucking idea.
That's really funny. You know, something kind of similar happened to me in my teens. My dad was into country music. I couldn't stand country music.
I grew up on that shit.
Yeah, I did too. And my stepmother wasn't into the country music really either. And my dad had tickets with her to see somebody who I'm not remembering now. And we went there, and basically, like, midway through the show, we're like, yeah, we're done. And we left because it just wasn't, you know, it was his thing. It wasn't our thing. So I think it was the Oak Ridge Boys. I don't know. I did get backstage once, and it's a funny story. You want to hear a funny story?
Sure.
So I was in Paris as an exchange student for a semester in college.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, well, I'm going to use some of my money and not eat, instead go to a few concerts. So I got tickets to Jane's Addiction. And Jane's Addiction was still pretty new. And they weren't big in Europe at all yet. And so they were playing at this really small venue. So a bunch of us, because they're like, oh, California girls, Americans. So they had us come backstage and were chatting us up. And I saw this guy there and I thought, he looks really familiar. I know him from somewhere. So I ended up just walking up to this guy going, I know you from somewhere, in English. I don't know why I assumed he wasn't French, but I just knew I knew him. And he's like, oh, you couldn't possibly know me. I'm from California. And I said, I'm from California. And he's like, oh, well, I'm from, and I won't say the city. And I was like, I'm from that city. I'm like, oh, you're Dan's friend. You're Dan Foster's friend. You go to blah, 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 the college. And he was like so shocked. But it was just so bizarre that across the world, backstage at a concert, I run into a guy from like my neighborhood. It was really weird.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he was hitchhiking across the country and he was doing he was working at different vineyards doing grape harvests and using that money to just hitchhike across France. And just happened to run into him backstage at a concert in Paris. It was bizarre. So since he was hitchhiking, he didn't have a place to stay. So I let him stay on the floor in my dorm room for a night. And we were chatting all night. And so I was like asking him about different people, like, oh, do you know this person? Do you know that person? And finally I got to my best friend, or at one point I got to my best friend, and he said, oh my gosh, I've had such a crush on her for like the past year. I've just been too shy to talk to her because she's so amazing. And the funny thing was, during that whole year, since she's my best friend, she confided in me all the time. And she would say things like, a guy hasn't even looked at me sideways in 3 months and no one loves me. And, she wasn't dating at the time. So here she was available and looking all that time, but he was too shy to even talk to her really. So, yeah. So when I got back, first thing I did was set the two of them up on a date, and they ended up together for years. And they've been on and off again. They're still in close touch. They're still like, best friends. And so it was just really funny that someone next to you could be interested and have been for a year, but you just don't even know it, and here she was lonely and feeling pathetic that no one was even looking twice at her, and here was this guy right there that was perfect for her, but she just couldn't see that he liked her. Anyway, funny story, I thought.
It is good.
It's just really weird running into someone from California and backstage at a concert in Paris, too. That was bizarre.
Yeah. What day was that?
In fact, it's been so off and on again that at one point she even got a paternity test to see if her kid was his kid.
My God.
Yeah. Yeah. Because she's a single mom, and she's like, I don't know, it could have been his,
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't. But it would have been nice if it was, because he doesn't have any kids. So he was kind of excited about the prospect of it,
Mm-hmm.
Especially with her. How's your work coming?
At this point, what work?
Yeah.
I ain't got shit done. Even now, I'd have no idea what to focus on. Do I focus on the book? Do I focus on some Scientology stuff? Do I focus on the hacking academy? Do I focus on
Yeah. I talk about these bands as if you even know who I'm talking about. They're so before your time. You probably don't even know who Jane's Addiction is.
Nope.
Oh, Been Caught Stealing, that song.
I might know it by the lyrics.
Yeah.
Let me look it up.
I forgot to tell you one of the best parts of that story. Oh my God. So I was backstage, right? But I didn't even talk to the band. I was just talking to this guy because I'm like, I know you. And we just started talking about hometown stuff. So I talked to him the whole time. Well, then when I went to leave, I was walking by Perry Farrell. He's the lead singer. And I said, oh, thank you so much for letting us come backstage. And my friend, blah, 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 is going to be blown away that I got backstage and got to meet you. And I said, she's going to be so jealous. And he said, oh, well, let's give her something to really make her jealous. And he gave me that swoop. He swooped me down and kissed me.
Oh my God.
I know. I was a little freaked out. So I clamped my mouth shut really tightly because I was like, please don't stick your tongue down my mouth. But he didn't. He just gave me a kiss on the mouth. But yeah, it was really exciting that he did that. And the best part about it is I had this guy from my hometown to witness it. So when I came back from Paris and I was like, yeah, Perry Farrell kissed me, people are like, yeah, right. And I'm like, oh, wow. So
let me call this person.
Yeah, so-and-so was there. I have a witness. It happened. And word about it spread around town so quick because everyone in my friend group anyway loved Jane's Addiction. And I remember someone mentioned them once at a party, and I told that story, and they said, that didn't happen to you. I know that happened to my friend's friend. And I'm like, yeah, I'm your friend's friend. That was me. That was my story. It was really funny because they've heard the story before. They're like, that wasn't you. I've heard that story. It's like, yeah, you heard it because I told everyone. And they told everyone. But that's my only backstage experience.
Sounds like a pretty good one.
It was pretty exciting. He actually invited me to go to their next show in Amsterdam. He's like, you should come hang out with us and go to our next show. We're going to Amsterdam. You can travel with the band. But I'm not a freaking roadie. And I had a test the next day. I was like, sorry, I've got classes and a test the next day. And I had other friends of mine that were like, are you kidding me? Perry Farrell wanted you to go on tour with him and you said no, you have class the next day. I was like, yeah, I had a test. I can't miss the test.
Everyone is just jealous of just you even being in the near proximity.
Yeah. But it was pretty flattering that he offered to have me on stage. I mean, not on stage, on tour. But, any cute girl, he probably would have asked. It just, I happened to be the cute girl at the moment. And I was American and Californian. And you know what I mean? It's just like, oh, let's take her with us. I was like, no, not me. Lord knows what would have happened if I had gone, especially going with a known heroin addict to Amsterdam.
Yeah.
I mean, at the time, I didn't know he was a heroin addict. I maybe did. Maybe that was why I shut my mouth so tight. I don't know. But yeah, he got the worst kiss from me because I just clamped my mouth shut and went stiff. Like, don't touch me. Why are you touching me? That's funny.
Yeah, I still got no idea what to talk about.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm quiet.
No, I'm sorry, I'm chattery.
No, you're making the live stream more fun.
Well, I was trying to think of something to say, and then here I tell personal stories. I shouldn't tell. Probably shouldn't share those stories.
Why? It's not like it's gonna matter now.
Oh, it's already happened. Style in the end of her video said she's got big plans for some things to come, so I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, especially after going back and watching her old content and seeing more of her. It's like, okay, I want to see what this lady comes up with next, because she said she's got some plans for some shenanigans, basically. That wasn't her word, but she said she had some big plans, and the way she said it, you could see there was like creative mischief in her
Some
eyes.
tomfoolery.
Exactly. And it just based on what she's done previously, it's going to be fun to watch. She's got good editing skills too. I noticed she does a lot of editing of her own work. So she's got some potential to grow, I think.
Mm-hmm.
If we promote her. She's creative, she's fun, she's kind, and yeah, she's good at editing. So anyway, she gets the gnome soon, and then she sends the gnome to you.
Can't wait to get it.
Yeah, it was going to go to MD Media as he was planning a road trip.
I mean, I got nothing going on.
Well, you'll figure something out.
Yeah.
And maybe that's when you'll meet up with Cubs and Manning. But then
Maybe.
again, that might not be for another 2 months. Who knows how long it's going to be in Australia and with Style in Chicago. If, well, I can't say that. Somebody might be going to Chicago, is what I was going to say, but I can't talk about that.
That's fine. I got you.
But anyway, Matt had surgery and his trip got canceled, so he backed out on the gnome for now.
Maybe I could convince Carmen to go on another road trip. No, I can't put in any time off this month. Fuck.
Well, it might not be for a couple of months, like I said, because I don't know.
Either way, it's
I don't know
mainly
how
just
long it's
due to the fact that so there are 2 stores that I work at, and between those 2 stores we have like 5 employees. So it's like we are so short staffed. We're all working part-time for some fucking reason. Just doesn't want to pay us benefits probably. But yeah, if it's like something like today, something went down and I had to cover for somebody, and it was like I was kind of the only one not working that day.
Well, and also I don't want you like going out of your way or spending a lot of money to do something for the gnome. I just want you to do something in your town, you know. I don't want to be an inconvenience or make people
No.
Do grand things.
You are not an inconvenience.
You should. I'm going to send you a picture while I'm thinking about it. You should see this epic picture T posted, or not posted, she took, that I have yet to post. I want to post it, but I'm holding off. If I close that window, can you still hear me?
I can still hear you right now.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Because I wanted to open my email to send you this picture, and I wasn't sure if that would cut us off. Anyway, she sent this epic picture, but because the gnome is, you know, realistically, I mean, in reality, he is in Australia, but we still have to finish his New York story with Manning and Connecticut, New York. And so I am not posting any of the Australia stuff until we can finish the New York stuff.
Yep.
So I can't post this picture yet. Why is it? But it's so, I love it. It's epic. I can't wait to post it and share it just because I love it. I've shown it to Manning because I'm like, you gotta see this picture. It's so iconic. It says it's
Hold on, you're emailing that?
yeah, it says it's an
Okay.
invalid email address. Let me try again. All right. I got it this time. It's the best gnome picture to date, for sure. And that's in Perth, Australia, at the org there.
Got it. Oh, that is sick.
Isn't that great? I
I
love
like
it.
that.
I knew you'd get a kick out of that.
That's so cool.
Yeah, T Perth took that. She has a couple more too, and I just can't wait to post them and start editing the Australia footage. But I don't have any Australia footage yet. I just have a few pictures.
Yep.
And then Manning's putting out a video, but he wanted to do one more shot, and he can't go this weekend because it's supposed to rain all weekend. So he's doing it the next week.
Mm-hmm.
He sent me an email about it today, actually. Because he has the backup gnome.
Wait, there's a backup gnome?
Yeah, we requested a backup gnome on Paradytology was nice enough to make me one so that I would have one in case the gnome got lost. We'd have a backup gnome, but also so I would have one so I could do footage with him here when I'm making the videos and such.
Mm-hmm.
And because there was such a long time to get it from San Francisco to Australia, and Manning got skipped because we wanted him in San Francisco by Chinese New Year's. Because of that, Manning got skipped. So I sent him the backup gnome. I'm like, this will cover time while it's going to Australia. But meanwhile, it's been in Australia about, 3 weeks now. But Manning hasn't had time. He works so much. It's his busy season.
Mm-hmm.
At work. And there's no hurry, honestly. But yeah, he was like, who do I send that to next? I was like, you send it back to me. And he's like, oh, I thought I was sending it to Style. It's like, I can't keep up with all the gnome content all on my own and my own channel.
Mm-hmm.
With 2 gnomes out there. It's just 1 gnome at a time is enough.
Yeah.
I was like, that's the backup gnome. I'm not doing 2 gnomes at once. So we're sending him back, and I will keep him for backup and have him for footage. But I did tell him, I'm like, but you can keep it as long as, as you need to. Another couple of weeks or whatever is completely fine.
Mm-hmm.
The kicker in all of that, we wanted to hurry the gnome off to send him out for Chinese New Year's. Well, the footage she took of the parade for Chinese New Year's didn't have the gnome. And the only photo with him involving Chinese New Year's was just some of the ephemera from the Chinese New Year. So like her lanyard and a poster. That was just the one picture that had anything to do with Chinese New Year's. And it's like, okay, we skipped people and rushed them to rushed him out the door to get him to you, and then there wasn't any pictures of him at Chinese New Year's. But, that's just how it works out sometimes. Sometimes you have great ideas, but then when you get there, you realize, oh, this isn't going to work how I thought it was going to. And I think that was the case with her. She had thought of it being differently and then wasn't able to get the footage she wanted.
Mm-hmm.
But she made up for it. She got great photos of him at the org, and she got great photos of him at a goth club. So that was
At a
fun.
goth club. Oh my god.
Yeah, and she got great photos and video of him at the Golden Gate Bridge.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so I got those at least. And she was super sweet. I'm talking about, she is Club Brain Fog is what I'm talking about. She's the one that paid for the rights to name the gnome. So that was really generous of her, just to make a large donation to Cubs so she could name the gnome. I still call him Gnome half the time, but his name is George.
What made you come up with the name George?
Well, Club Brain Fog named him George. She won the rights to name him.
Oh, right. Sorry. My
Yeah. So she named him George because Liberace's brother was George. And Liberace, like, at the end of his performances would say something like, "Thank you, George," or "Good night, George," or something along those lines. I too young, believe it or not, as old as I am, I'm too young to remember that or know that. But she remembers it from her childhood. And also because of there's another reference where someone references Liberace, and I don't remember if it's Bugs Bunny, but someone else does the George thing, to in a nod to the Liberace thing. So anyway, she named him George after Liberace's brother. Do you ever watch her?
Is that the one about the dude who falls in love with, like, Siri?
I'm talking about Club Brain
Oh,
Fog.
God, I am so fucking...
I'm like, what is she talking about?
Oh, my God. I am sorry.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble focusing right now. I think I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I probably should let you go.
No, I mean, if you want to stay, it's fine. I gotta focus harder. Sorry.
No,
That was the stupidest thing that came out of my mouth.
No, it's adorable. So yeah, Club Brain Fog. She's pretty cool. She's what's the word I had the word in my mind earlier. Now I can't think of it. I don't know. She's pretty amazing. She's an interesting person.
Like, I never thought that this community would get to the point where it's like, I can't keep up anymore. It's too much. Just like much content out there every day from everybody.
I know. And then, like, you say, well, I don't know what the story is. It's like when there's some drama and you're like, oh, I stay out of it. I don't know what the story is. They're like, well, how could you not know? Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, because I don't watch the same streams you do.
Yep.
I don't keep up with it all. I watch different people. There's plenty of other ones out there. It's not just these main characters that you're embroiled with. There's like so much content. I can't keep up with it. It used to be, when I very first started, I would at least keep up with Aaron Smith Levin's. I don't even keep up with his anymore. It's like, it's impossible. Everyone's making content. I can't keep up with all of Natalie's. Can't keep up with Aaron Smith Levin's, and then there's just so many others that I'm trying at least to keep up with that it's just impossible.
Yeah, it's insane.
Even with watching a couple of streamers at once. Because I'll have one on my tablet and one on my phone, and then I'll be playing a game on my tablet at the same time.
I can't focus on that much at once, but
Neither can I, but I can't focus on just one thing. I get bored. It's like my mind just like, nope, I'm going to, I don't know, do math tables or something just to keep myself occupied because this is too boring. So I'll put on another stream on my phone. But that can be challenging when they start talking at the same time.
Yeah.
And then usually I want to pop into chat and say something, so I abandon the game. I'm basically chatting with you to not only because I like you and to hang out with you, but because I'm procrastinating figuring out the problem I did on this line of knitting that I need to fix.
Oh, you still having that issue?
Well, I haven't done it. I've procrastinated doing it.
Oh, okay.
I haven't even looked at it. I'm looking at it now, trying to figure it out. Finally. Be nice if I figured it out because then I can keep going. But right now I'm at a standstill until I figure out what the frick I did. Why is that color there when it should be the other color? Let me turn on another lamp so I can see better. That'll help. I've got that damn cabbage song stuck in my head. I watched that video so many times with editing. It's like it's ingrained in my head forever. And when I watched the video back, because I was editing so much and I knew the whole section of Audit LA, I didn't have to edit anything out of that. And the song is so annoyingly catchy. After listening to it a few times, that I would always just skip through that part during editing. And that's the song that's still stuck in my head. Not even my own song. It's the Audit LA cabbage song that's stuck in my head. And it's like, how did that get stuck in my head? I specifically skipped that song like 9 times out of 10. And yet that's the one stuck in my head. I'm mad as a slaw and a bad salad ad is one of the lines that keeps popping up in my head. You know, because of doing all that AI music, I've become like really sensitive to hearing AI music, and it drives me.
There's a specific, almost echoiness usually to the
Yes.
vocals.
Yes. And then the weird things they try to put in to make it sound more human, like the clapping and the snapping fingers and the yeah, but it's like off. It's so off the way they do it, and it just stands out as okay, computer or okay, robot, you do not sound human. And it really gets to me, especially like the rhythms and the way the words they use and the certain way they use them is very repetitive. It's very the same from song to song, that it really gets on my nerves, and I cannot stand to listen to other people's AI music. Even my own, like I will do like 40, 50, 60 songs until I find one I like, because I'm very particular. It's like I have to be a certain level. But even my own, after hearing it several times, I can't stand to hear them anymore. Some of them really get to me. But other people's, it's even worse. It's like they just go with the first one they get, and it's like, no, you gotta shop around. They're not all winners.
Yep.
But hopefully, the technology will get better, and I'll.
Are you kidding me? Think about how good it's gotten in just the last couple of years.
I know, right? Well, right now it's still very annoying to me, but I still have a lot of videos I want to make, so I keep trying at it. So I'm looking forward to it getting better. Some of them suck. And like you were saying, just the tone of it is all wrong. And oh, it's just really grating on me. Like a lot of times when I'll go into someone else's stream and they're like playing around and doing AI music, or they have it for their intro, or it's a music stream, I turn the volume all the way down so I don't have to listen to it. And I just chat and chat. I'm like, nope, I cannot hear another AI hand clap beat.
That sounds like fucking hold music.
Yes. Ugh. Yeah. It's very limited. For instance, I was trying to make Hellgear a song. I have tried at least 60 songs trying to get it to do a female lead singer. And
It's having
every song is male. Everyone.
fuck?
It's like out of 60, I can't get a single female because of the topic. And I would put in girl band, 80s girl band, you know, and female lead singer. I was trying to find trigger words that would pop up a female singer, and I could not get a female singer. As soon as I went to do a silly subject, oh, funny, there's lots of female singers. But if I try to get a certain
Wow.
if I try to get a certain feel, like grungy female 90s band or whatever, or I typed in girl band, I tried
Mhm.
everything, and every time it's just a guy band because of the genre and the subject. But if I go to a light puppy genre and a silly subject, it's like female almost every song. It's just really annoying. It's like there should be a way that you could say, no, I want a female vocal lead song. But Hallie is like rock and roll chick. So I wanted like a girl band, but like a grunge girl band, like a hard rock and roll chick band, not just a light poppy 80s girl band sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I can't even get that.
That's weird.
I know. And then I go to do one for Manning the other day, and I got like two girl songs back to back. It's like, how come now I'm finally getting the girl singer and the girl song? And he's like, oh, hey, you got your girl song. I'm like, yeah, now when I'm not trying to, I get one. But all the cabbage ones, almost all of them come up as girl when I put in a silly cabbage. And then the ones where I try to do about myself from Mama Squirrel, those are all girl singers. I haven't had one guy try to sing about Mama Squirrel. But I put in protest and Scientology and rock, and it's guy every song. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of limitations. And then it throws in words that I like. It always wants to put them at night. And it's like, who protests at night? Hardly anyone. Very few. It's almost all in the day, buddy.
I've got work the next day.
and they all want to say Manning Streets in the night, the Chicago streets at night. And it's like, why night? Why night all the time? And I'll even write in the daytime, and it still comes up as night somewhere in there.
What AI are you using? Suno?
Yeah. And then it wants to throw in more grandiose words that I want to use too, like calling when I was doing MD Medias, it kept coming up that he was the prophet, and I'm like,
What the fuck?
That's just a little too much, too far, and no. And they made it sound really aggressive, and he was out there at night being the prophet, and I was like, no.
What the fuck?
No. I know. I really had to work to get that one to where I liked it for him. And it did throw in prophet for the style audit one, but I felt since I had a good graphic to go with that, it fit my material and it worked. And it also helped me to reinterpret the definition of prophet. It's like what she's doing is prophetical. She's out there preaching like these ancient prophets did, these wise old men, these prophets, we'd call them, that would stand out and speak to the people. That's what she's doing. She is a prophet. So it did make me reconsider my definition of prophet, and so I allowed it this time. But sometimes it's just like that's not appropriate. That's just too grandiose.
Yeah. I think I used Suno AI for I think a bunch of like just stupid songs I just wanted in the moment and didn't give a fuck about.
Yeah.
And then I used it for one for my book, which I'm kind of jamming with.
Nice. Well, I made a few for Manning, and he was so appreciative, and he really loved them. And so that was really nice to know that I made him happy and, found ones he liked. But he liked more of them than I did because I'm so sick of hearing them. And, maybe I'm too close to him. I don't know. But what was I going to say? I don't know. Oh, I was going to say that I have Suno on my phone and my tablet. So that's how I circumvent only getting 5 songs a day. So I get 10 and it does 2 of each song. So actually it's more like 20, but it doesn't feel like 20 when it's kind of a choice between the two because it's the same lyrics,
Mm-hmm.
And if it messes up in one lyric, then the other song's just as messed up. So I go through a lot of songs before I find the right one. Because it's not just about do I like the sound, it's also do these lyrics work with the content I have at hand.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's people that I want to do ones for, and I think, oh God, it's so much work and I have to go through so much material, and I just lose my confidence in doing it, and it's like, oh, and I kind of procrastinate and stall. And then there's other people I really like the people or their content, but their content just won't make a good video.
Mm-hmm.
So I struggle with that too. People I want to support and do something for, like Audit LA. I wanted to do one for her, and I thought, how am I going to make that work? Her content is speaking before the city council, but she does have a number of protest ones too.
Yeah.
Anyway, I made it work. It worked out pretty well. But sometimes it's because I really like the person and like the work they're doing. Like let's say Journey, for instance. I really like her. And if, let's say I wanted to do one for her, well, what would I base it on? What would I do it on? It would be really hard. I'd have to create a lot of images, to add to it, like map images or something.
Mm-hmm.
So, sometimes just wanting to be able to do one for that person isn't enough because it's like, okay, now I got to figure out how do I do this? It's not always going to work. There was a few of them that I wanted to do videos for, and then I try to go through their work, and it's like just them aggressively yelling at people. And it's like,
no,
that's not going to work for me for a video. Or it's them facing a wall and facing the door and facing public, but not ever a camera on them. That makes it hard too. It's like, I don't, like, this isn't an example, but I'm just throwing out a name. Let's say I wanted to do Windy City and the camera was never on him. It's like, does it really feel like when it's about Windy City if he never appears in it? Now, luckily, I did have images of Windy City, and plus, when he walks in front of the org, he's reflected in the window. So I used that. I made sure to clip that so you could actually see him. But some of these people never put the camera on themselves. It's, you almost have to have another protester there filming them and use that other protester's footage.
Yeah.
So you can see the subject. Which is what I did for Korn. I did a short video for Korn, and I used Hellgear's footage. And to thank her, and because I like Hellgear, and because I like her work, I was like, oh, I want to do one for Hellgear, but I haven't done it yet. And now she's taking a break, so I'm like, does that mean I get out of doing it? Or does that mean I just have to wait till her new thing comes out and do one for her new thing? I don't really know yet, but I wanted to do one for Hellgear. I wanted to try to start focusing on more of the female protesters. I think a lot of the attention goes to the guy protesters, and I had noted that my channel is like 75% female subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, I should focus more on these smaller channels and the female protesters and support them and show these girls and women, because there's a lot of young people that watch my channel. It's mostly 18 to 24 is the largest group, and then the next largest group is 24 to 34, all women. And so I thought, well, I want to show these girls powerful examples of what women can do, and do these female protesters. But they don't probably draw in as big of a crowd as my male protest videos do,
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I've been trying to focus more on female protesters. That's why I thought, well, Audit LA is incredible, so let's do her. And that was a challenge. I didn't know how I was going to do that, but I figured it out. And I want to do one for Hellgear. I don't know. There's a number of really good female protesters out there. And I need to do, well, there's a couple other people. I don't want to say their names out because I feel like if I say it out loud, I've committed myself to doing it. And it's just because I want to do it. Just because I want to do it doesn't mean I'm going to do it. It's just throwing around ideas. And
yeah, no, I gotcha.
And some of these people, like I said, I want to do it, but then I think of the reality of trying to do it. It's like, what footage would I use for that? And what's the theme and what music? And it's like, I got enough of my own stuff to do without doing videos for other people. Audit LA was super helpful, though, when I did her video. I asked her if she had any particular footage she wanted to point me in the direction of. My God, the woman came in spades. She told me, okay, I want this, I want this, I want this. And she sent me like 20 clips. And she was like, you don't have to look through all my stuff. I will point you in the right direction. And she basically did a lot of the homework part for me. It made it so easy.
That's good.
Yeah. So I intermixed some of her protest stuff in the chorus, and then like in the main part, it's her going into City Hall and speaking at the City Council.
Mm-hmm.
And I was amazed at the little video she made for Style Audit. That was really cute.
Yeah, all those videos came out really good. You did a good job with editing that.
Yeah, I think I did a pretty good job. Like I said, I can watch it now and see like 3 things I instantly want to change. But for one thing, the volume regulation, I had that all ironed out on my editor. But when I uploaded it, it went back to the original volumes for those clips. So some of the clips are really loud and some of them are quiet. And I had evened them out in the editing process so that everything was like close to the same level. But for some reason, when it uploaded, it just was like, nope. You don't get that privilege, lady.
It's just weird that it just kind of crapped out on you like that.
Yeah, it's the limitations, I think, of doing it on the tablet with just an app.
Oh, yeah.
But I am getting a computer. I actually have some computers, like old computers. I just like stopped using them. I just use my phone and the tablet. But to do something like this, I really need the computer because, first of all, I need the storage space because like I download all these clips and videos and create a video. Well, then when I go to do my next, I don't have enough storage space for all the clips. So I have to literally delete all my old videos to start a new project. So sometimes I'll be in the middle of a project, but I'm waiting for a clip. and I'll want to start a new one. Well, I really can't until I finish that last one because I've got to finish it so I can upload it and delete it so I have the room. So
Yep.
it's very, very limiting. I can't be working on a few things at once while I wait for something. And anyway, I have a bunch of old computers and I drag them out to see, like, oh, well, maybe these still work well. And yes, well, one is cracked screen, so that one's a no-go. And that's probably the newer one. And then one of the old ones that seems to work well, I went to use it and realized the thing's so old, it doesn't have Wi-Fi, Holly. I have to find a cord and like, what? A cord? Where would I plug the cord into? I'm like, oh yeah, the router in the living room? No. I'm not having a cord going from my living room to the router or have me bring the whole computer into the living room every time I want to use it. So that's not going to work.
Yeah, fuck that.
I know. I was like, oh my gosh, how old are these? But some of them are like, 8, 12 years old. They're pretty old. No Wi-Fi? I was blown away. I was like, I don't remember this being a thing.
I only remember Wi-Fi.
I know, like, why'd I have to have a cord?
Next thing you know, my phone will be attached to the wall.
Yeah. Oh, that was awful because you're tethered. You can't just like
Yep.
go sit down. So usually you're like slouched against a wall in the hallway talking on the phone.
Just playing with the cord while you're talking. You got
Yeah.
nothing else to fucking do.
Yep. The cord was your fidget spinner.
Oh, God. I miss the phone we used to have in the wall. I liked it. We used to have that. I remember having to use a VHS. Always had to program to channel 3. Oh, I miss our VHS. God damn it.
There's somebody here. Bilf. Hi, Bilf.
Oh, hey.
Oh, I didn't know
going on,
anyone was
dude?
here.
I have not been looking at the chat.
Or I gotta say it right. CO Bilf. CO Bilf. Is that close enough? That's what I hear in my head when I see the name CO Bilf. CO Bilf. Like ASL.
Like you have to announce the BILF part.
I know, I can't quite get it right. I don't have it. Now I lost track of what I was going to say, but probably a little bit of silence from me would be welcome anyway. So
No, I mean, if you want to talk, that's okay. I'm here to listen. As best as I can. I'm sorry.
I still don't know why this pattern is off. It's driving me nuts. Bilf has the cleverest, funniest comments sometimes. I feel like need to either leave him on the screen or coax him to comment more. He probably left already.
We have
I can't
one viewer
see.
right now. It could be CO BILF.
Bilf is funny.
Him and Drop Short Media always seems to have something to add.
Yeah, and Aaron or Adam Carmona.
Yep.
Really clever and funny. And the other one I really like is Makmir Dokigo. Do you know
I'm
her?
sorry. How do you spell that?
MACHT.
Okay.
And then next word is MIR.
Uh-huh.
And then DOCHEGAL.
DOCHEGAL.
Uh-huh. It's German, and it's something like, does it matter to you or something like that? Or does it matter to me or something? She's in Germany, and she is amazing. I really enjoy her. She makes really wise comments that connect emotionally to me, and she has like not ADD, or I mean not autism, but maybe ADD or something, where she's got issues with too much stimulation drives her nuts, and she's these little quirks.
Mm-hmm.
And she's so smart, and I just, something about her, I really relate to her. I really like her.
She has 26 subscribers.
Well, I'm one of them. She's been on my channel. I've had her on Restream with me, or StreamYard with me. And she's not shy at all. She'll go right on camera. She went on camera in like just her bra one time. She's like not, very German, like, it's human body, who cares?
Mm-hmm.
She's not shy at all. There's something really grand about her because she's just so ballsy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I think she's pretty amazing. You see her a lot in Natalie's chat. And she's one of my favorites. She just says smart things, but emotionally intelligent too,
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, she gets a lot of things that other people struggle with, I think. And when I was struggling at one point, she really helped me. She told me not to let the petty insults invade my island of solitude. Or that's not it. I said it wrong. Island of solace. Island of serenity. Thank you. Brain finally kicked in. Yeah, your petty insults can't reach me on my island of serenity. And I was like, you know what? That's true. I just need to think of this as my island of serenity, and fuck the rest of you, because your petty insults can't reach me on my island of serenity.
That's the kind of attitude I need to have more of.
Yeah. I think we all do. I still don't know how this pattern is misinterpreted in this one spot. Why am I off a stitch? Did I add a stitch somewhere? Probably made a stitch when I wasn't supposed to. Or let me follow back through the pattern. No, that wouldn't be it either, because that's all right. Poor Banning, over the last 3 weeks of me working on this video,
Mm-hmm.
I have emailed him probably 4 and 5 and 6 times a day, and I've sent him, oh, look at this clip, oh, look at this edit, he's been inundated, and like I said, it's his busy season at work, and it's just like, poor guy. He was such a trooper, though. He was really supportive of me and helped me, and would listen to me and support me when I was just ready to give it all up or getting frustrated. It was really sweet.
And again, that's another thing when it comes to online communities, especially YouTube communities. This is the biggest community I've ever been a part of. And the connection between people in this niche is beyond anything I could have ever imagined.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's almost overwhelming because there's so many amazing people. And when I go into a chat, I like so many and I don't want to leave any of them out. And it's like there's so many that I find great value in. And it's just like, how much of yourself can you give to each one of these people? You can only give so much. But it's like, but the will is there. I want to, because like, I can't, I don't want to name names, but like this person in chat I really like, and that person in chat I really like. And it's like,
Yep.
you feel like you're neglecting them sometimes, and you don't make a big deal about them coming into the room. And sometimes it's just a matter of you were looking away or you were typing something else and missed them or whatever. But you want to make sure they all know that you care and they mean something to you, because I do care about them and they do mean something to me.
Yeah.
So many amazing people. There's something to be said about not knowing them in real life, though. In real life, like me chattering so much would be annoying, or so-and-so being hyper would be annoying, or, the way they click their tongue all the time would be annoying, or just the way I don't know, just different mannerisms get annoying. People are annoying. But you don't see any of that. So we just get to feel like how their heart is, in a way. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Without all the annoying physicality that can hinder that.
It's a lot more emotional connection.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You feel their heart, you feel their intentions, and you're not distracted by that person has body odor, or that person is not very attractive, or whatever it is that our physicalities distract you from.
Mm-hmm.
But I am realistic about that, though. Like, when I think about, like, you've experienced it, so maybe I should ask your opinion. But the reality of how would it be to actually meet these people? It's like, I'd be excited to see them and I would want to meet them. And then the other part of me is like, yeah, but after 5 minutes, I'd probably just want to go away now and be on
Quick
my
social
own.
battery.
Yeah, like, okay, that's enough. I got to meet you. Hi, bye. I don't need to hang around you.
Yep.
So I'm pretty realistic about that. It's like, okay, well, that person seems so amazing online, but in real life, they're probably just as annoying as all the rest of us are.
I'm trying to think of like who I'd want to meet in real life.
I'd like to meet Cricket.
He's a really nice guy. He's such a nice guy.
He's very sweet to me. I mean, he's really been a supportive friend to me.
Yeah, no, he's good. Cubs is really chill. Manning is really nice. CO Bilf said, yeah, if we met IRL, I feel like people would be like, OMG, Bilf, please stop talking about how Captain Bill was actually pretty based.
Yeah. Mildewy odor. Yeah, exactly. There's always going to be something. It's just like, in real life, I don't like crowds. I don't like to be around a lot of people. So the idea of meeting a bunch of you guys on one level sounds exciting, but then when I think of it realistically, it's like, no, I don't want to meet any of them. I don't want to put myself through that. I don't want to do it in real life. Why would I suddenly want to do it with these strangers from the internet? I probably would feel the same way as I do when it comes to regular peopling in day-to-day life. You can only take so much of it.
Yep.
So did you look up Makmir Dalkigol and find out what it
I
means? I thought you
have
were
not looked it up. I
Googling.
found the person, but hang on. Copy.
I should have just looked it up instead of saying that to you.
I'm having fun on the hunt.
I think it's Nothing Matters to Me or something like that.
I don't care.
I don't care. Yeah. She's a trip.
I'm just reading these Ron's org testimonials. And one of them says, this is a quote from Captain Bill Robertson, reading certain testimonials. He said, this is one from a person who has finished OT 16 and the super static rundown from Sweden. Now I want to know what the super static rundown is.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Because that's definitely squirrel tech. This is the testimonial, the success story. I now completed the bridge up to super static. I've completely handled all from beginning up to present time. I don't have and will never again have a case. It's finally finished. I've been in Scientology for 17 years and worked very hard on learning how to handle all in life. I'm finally at the point I've aimed at. I'm finally at that point. I've aimed at it for many, many years. I finally have a completely calm universe. I am now able to handle whatever will come up in the future. Nothing exists today on which I am not certain. The road to this condition is really tough. You really have to be a tiger and not Q&A with things you ought to do. Don't Q&A with that. Just do the bridge. I've had a lot of use of all the hours of TRs I did and all of the basics. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that bullshit. I also trained hard on it. I now know that we have won the game against the evil. What evil? Why don't you name it? We are on the right side in the game. Now I shall see to it that all other Thetans get out of this trap. If you also work hard at it, you will soon be here. It'll be very wonderful to meet you. I want to thank Soren and Per for their wonderful assistance, and Bill Robertson, who has made the road out clear, and of course a real thank you, Ron. And I will say as he did, I will wait for you in the sky. That's the end of that full success story.
I have a theory, and of course we'll never know. I'll never be able to have any validity to it because there's just no way to know. But my theory is, like, you know how the beginning stages of the upper level bridge is reactive mind, right? And then I'm not going to do it anymore. It's like all the stuff that they told you had, then when you come to the realize, I don't know if I have this anymore. They're like, yeah, you got it. You don't. All the stuff that they've been telling you had all this time about your reactive mind is bullshit. So then they start telling you about body Thetans. Well, we all know that's bullshit, but they convince these people it's true. I think to get to OT 9 and 10, you would find out that, oh, you're making up the body Thetans. And you're not going to do that anymore. So I think it was a rinse and repeat of the reactive mind, but now it's body Thetans. So it's like, what would the next one be if you were going to keep that tracked, you know?
It's to me, it was so far out of the idea just to think of body Thetans.
I know.
I don't quite know where the wackiness goes past that.
I know. Well, obviously he couldn't either. He gave up. He's like, I don't know how many times I can trick these people with the same bait and switch. Like, oh, here's what's wrong with you. This is wrong with you. This is wrong with you. This is wrong with you. And as soon as you finally wake up and go, wait a minute, that's not wrong with me. They go, yeah, you're right. That's not, you figured it out. So next, on to the next thing.
Yep. It's like, oh, you did drugs? Purification rundown. Oh, your fucking BTs did drugs? OT4. It's like just some of the, I don't know.
You know, it takes people years and years a lot of times to go through OT7 because it's so disturbing mentally to think you have these things on you and you got to get rid of them, right?
Yep.
Can you
5 fucking
imagine
times a
going through?
day.
Can you imagine going through that for years, then to find out, oh, you're making up your own body things? I think someone would get shot. I think someone would be returning to that org with a pistol. Oh, I
Well,
shouldn't say
it
those words.
happened
Sorry.
a couple of times.
Yeah, well, that would be enough to do it. That would give that's enough to give someone a psychotic break, for sure. But we all know the solution to that is just lock them in a room by themselves.
Lock them in a room, only communicate via notes.
Yeah. Horrible. It's horrible that poor woman died of just dehydration.
Yeah.
She wasn't physically ill. She just suffered needlessly for... I can't imagine how painful that must have been to starve yourself to death.
Mm.
And not drink water for days. Horrifying. My neighbor gave me beautiful flowers. I keep thinking I need to take a picture of them before they start wilting. Maybe I'll do that after I get off of here because I like to use them for thumbnails and clips and stuff. Use the flowers. Because here's another good example of what I'm talking about. Like, I wanted to do a video for Mona, Fat Grammy.
Mm-hmm.
But what content would I use?
Yeah.
If I'm clipping a video. So what I did for her was I used a lot of flowers. I didn't use any of her content. I used flowers and some beach scenes. And frankly, they weren't even my beach scenes because mine weren't as good as MD Media's. So I used MD Media's beach scenes. Because I had them on my computer still from when I had worked on his video. And I just changed them enough that they aren't recognizable as his. But he also has given me permission to use whatever I want. He trusts me and he's been really good to me. And so far I haven't done anything to betray his trust.
Good.
Oh, what is Pierre Etier's, or Ethier? I guess it's Etier.
Let me see if he's in my people document.
No, I haven't, Belf. The Al-Asparianism debates between LRH1 and LRH 2.0.
I have not seen those either. If you have a link to that, I could... Actually, can I? I don't...
Hey, Belf, do you want to come on? She has other room for more people. If you want to come on, that way you can talk more freely. I'd love to hear what you have to say. Belf is a wealth of knowledge. No, he's going to clam up and not talk. Yeah, I'd love to hear what Belf has to say. I bet Belf could go on for hours and then I could stop chattering mindlessly and we could actually have a conversation that is interesting.
I mean, I could start chatting for hours about some other random nonsense. Some nonsense I found in a fucking Hubbard book the other day, or...
Did you find something good?
No.
Oh.
Giving an example. I mean... I got materials, church. God, I have so much shit in here.
Bill, if you don't have to have your image on, I don't have mine on. You can just have your camera off.
Mm-hmm.
If Mock were here, she'd come on. She'd be like, yeah, sure, no problem.
Basics price list from 2009. When did I have this?
Oh, he said
Pierre
something.
Ethier was a class 12 at Flag who later became an outspoken and colorful character in the independent field. Bilf does not manifest in Mest.
Belf. Tease. And it's French, so I doubt you pronounce the H, so I don't think it's Etier. That's why I think it's Etier. Because they would say Theobald, not Theobald, and
Yeah.
Pierre Etier. Possibly, I could be wrong, but I do speak a little French, so.
Yeah, I'm learning Spanish.
I wanted. Well, no, I can't say that. I wanted my kids to take Spanish, but I can't go into specifics about that because it would give too much away. I will say one took German and one took French. But Spanish is just far more practical in San Diego, particularly.
Sometimes you want to learn the more, like, not as spoken ones, the more obscure ones.
Yeah.
Just for the fun of it, just to say you can.
Well, and sometimes it's a matter of opportunity, too.
Mm-hmm.
The Spanish program was full, so they went into other programs.
Found out Duolingo has Klingon.
Yes, I've seen that. I've on a whim I thought, oh, let's look at Japanese on Duolingo to start that. Well, it starts off immediately with kanji, with the calligraphy, and it's like, oh gosh, I'll never get that.
Nope.
So I gave it up right away. I thought it was just okay, I'll learn the language, but no, they started in immediately on the calligraphy, and it's like, oh, okay, that's more than I was bargaining for. I thought I'd just learn how to say thank you in a few sentences.
No, they're probably going to have you write it.
I don't know. I do French on Duolingo, but I haven't done it in a long time. My poor little Al is, looks dead. It's been so long. You know how they update the app and he looks sadder and sadder until you go on and do a lesson. Well, I haven't been on in the last few
Before
months.
he threatens your family.
Yeah, I think the last time I was on, it was December, maybe. The best French program I've done was, oh gosh, no, I can't think of the name of it. It was, frick. No, I can't.
When did you do it?
A couple years ago.
Rosetta Stone? What?
No, I've tried all of those. Those don't work as well for me. I find them difficult to keep up with. It's just, I don't know, they're just mind-numbingly boring.
Mm-hmm.
And not as effective. They don't reach me for some reason as well. What is the name of that one? I'll find it. Lingota.
Okay.
Have you done Lingota?
No.
Or heard of it?
I've heard of it, never done it.
It's really excellent. It's very intensive if you do the sprint. So if you do the sprint, they have they used to have a marathon, and now they just have the sprint. It used to be 3 months for the marathon, and you have to do 1 hour lessons every day to qualify to. But if you do every day and hit all of your goals, you get your money back. So that really motivated me. The classes
Ooh.
are small. They're expensive though. But the
Yeah.
classes are small. It's only like 5 people max in each class. So you have quite a bit of individual time with the teacher for that hour. And they go over a lesson with you. And if you just stay really committed to it, you can win all your money back. So and just pay like a $50 maintenance fee or whatever, the sign-on fee or whatever it is.
That's not
So
bad.
yeah, so I did the sprint, and the sprint is 2 months, and it was like $600 or something like that, plus the $50 fee or whatever. But I got my money back because that was very what's the word? Motivating for me. I wanted that money back, and I
Mhm.
wanted to get the most out of the experience. So I made sure to be at every class no matter what. And I would go over review the material before the class, and then I do the class, and then I do the homework if there was any, or go over the material, or I'd start the next day. And I was watching French movies. My French increased 2 levels during those 2 months.
Shit. Good on
Yeah,
you.
it was really effective, and I found it a really good experience for me, and I really want to do it again. But it's like a matter of, I don't have the $600 to scrape together to do it. And you have to wait until they do the sprint. They only offer that a few times a year. But I highly recommend it if you ever are looking to get a more intensive language learner that is super motivating. And like I said, with only 5 people in a class, and there'd be times where it'd just be me with the teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe that class wasn't very popular for whatever reason, or that time and date for that class just wasn't popular. So you get a lot of individual attention, and it really helped me advance.
Well, congrats on getting that done.
Yeah, and I want to do it again. I want to keep doing it. I want to get fluent, and it's hard to do on your own, especially when you're not exposed to the language. But that forced me to be, focused on it. And I was just doing that and knitting during that 2 months. I wasn't distracted by YouTube or anything else. Like right now, it'd be really hard to try to do it. It's like I have so much else going on. I'm like, what's happening?
Yes.
Bye, Holly. Holly disappears out of sight. Well, I think I'm going to go. I've chatted away.
Thank you for joining today.
Yeah, I think it's good to talk to you. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Such a cutie pie. It's good to see you
Stop.
too, Phil. Oh, I've embarrassed her now. So I have to look up Pierre Etienne and the Alisparianism debates. I should write those down. Who has a pen anymore? What pen? What pen? Oh, here is a pen. All right. We'll write it in my knitting book. And then 3 years from now, when I go back to look at this pattern for whatever reason, I'll be like, what is this Alisparianism thing? What is that on my book? What does that have to do with knitting? All right. I'm going to go. Have a lovely night. Nice to see you, Bill. Bye.
Have a good night. Hello, everybody. I am probably going to go, so peace out. Bye. I'm going to go to bed.